Throughout human history, powerful elites have carefully guarded knowledge that would shatter our understanding of the past. Ancient texts deliberately mistranslated, archaeological discoveries quietly buried, historical narratives meticulously crafted to hide uncomfortable truths. For centuries, these secrets remained hidden in plain sight, carved into stone monuments, encoded in sacred texts, and whispered through underground traditions that survived against all odds. They tell a different story of our origins, one that challenges everything taught in conventional classrooms. Tonight, we peel back the veil on mysteries that have confounded researchers for generations. From the true purpose of the pyramids to the advanced astronomical knowledge of supposedly primitive peoples. From inexplicable megalithic construction techniques to evidence of catastrophic events deliberately erased from historical records. Before we begin this journey, a quick note. While the visuals enhance this presentation, the narrative stands on its own. Feel free to let this play in the background as you go about your day, contemplate these mysteries before sleep, or simply absorb these forbidden chronicles at your own pace. If you appreciate this exploration of hidden history, consider subscribing to support more investigations into our enigmatic past. Now, prepare yourself as we unveil the darkest secrets of our ancient world, hidden knowledge that powerful institutions never intended for you to discover. The towering temples of Tenochtitlan once stood as monuments to power, faith, and an unsettling practice that continues to haunt our understanding of the Aztec civilization. The stepped pyramids that dominated the skyline weren't just architectural marvels. They were stages for a spectacle of blood that would make even the most hardened modern observer turn away in horror. But what drove one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the Americas to sacrifice tens of thousands of human lives? The answer lies in a complex web of cosmic beliefs, political power, and environmental pressures that shaped Aztec society into something both magnificent and terrifying. When Spanish conquistadors first set foot in the Aztec capital in the early 16th century, they were awestruck by its grandeur. Tenochtitlan was a metropolis of perhaps 200,000 people, built on an island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, connected to the mainland by massive causeways. The city boasted floating gardens, massive temples, sprawling marketplaces, and a level of urban sophistication that rivaled anything in Europe at the time. But what truly shocked the Spanish wasn't the city's splendor. It was the rivers of blood that regularly flowed down the temple steps. According to historical accounts, both from Spanish sources and surviving Aztec codices, human sacrifice was performed on a scale that seems almost incomprehensible. During the dedication of the Great Temple of Tenochtitlan in 1487, historical sources suggest that between 20,000 and 80,000 prisoners were sacrificed over just 4 days. While modern scholars debate these numbers, even conservative estimates point to an enormous ritual killing that would have required sacrificing a person every few minutes for days on end. The most common form of sacrifice involved the victim being stretched across a stone altar at the top of a temple pyramid. 4 priests would hold the victim's limbs, while a 5th priest, wielding an obsidian knife, would cut open the chest and extract the still-beating heart. This heart would be offered to the gods, often placed in a ceremonial vessel, and the lifeless body would be thrown down the steep temple steps to the plaza below. But this was just one method. Others included flaying, burning, drowning, and even forms of gladiatorial combat where captives, armed with essentially useless weapons, would fight against fully armed Aztec warriors. But why? What cosmic understanding drove the Aztecs to commit such acts? To comprehend this, we must enter the Aztec worldview, a perspective where the gods had sacrificed themselves to create humanity, and where the entire cosmos teetered perpetually on the edge of destruction. The Aztec creation myth tells of the gods gathering at Teotihuacan, where they created the sun and moon, but these celestial bodies were motionless in the sky. The gods realized they needed to sacrifice themselves to set the cosmos in motion. The sun god Huitzilopochtli, in particular, required regular nourishment in the form of the most precious substance in the universe, human blood, specifically the hearts of warriors, to continue his daily battle against the forces of darkness. Without this nourishment, the Aztecs believed the sun would fail to rise, bringing an end to humanity. The world, according to Aztec cosmology, had been created and destroyed 4 times previously. They believed they lived in the 5th sun, an era that would eventually end in earthquakes. Each previous world had been destroyed when its sun failed, and the gods demanded sacrifice to postpone this inevitable apocalypse. The Aztecs viewed themselves as the chosen people whose sacred duty was to feed the gods and maintain cosmic order. But religion alone doesn't explain the massive scale of Aztec sacrifice. Political motivations were deeply intertwined with religious practices. As the Aztec Empire expanded, human sacrifice became a powerful tool of state control and intimidation. Conquered peoples were required to send individuals as tribute for sacrifice, creating a climate of terror that discouraged rebellion. Public sacrifices demonstrated the terrible consequences of defying Aztec rule, while simultaneously reinforcing the empire's religious narratives about its divine mission. The Aztecs conducted a series of ritualized wars called flower wars with neighboring states. Unlike conventional warfare aimed at territorial conquest, these conflicts were designed specifically to capture prisoners for sacrifice. Both sides would agree to meet on a battlefield not to kill, but to capture as many enemy warriors as possible. This institutionalized form of combat ensured a steady supply of sacrificial victims while providing training opportunities for Aztec warriors. One of the most disturbing aspects of Aztec sacrifice was the element of theatrical performance. Sacrifices weren't hidden away, they were public spectacles meant to be witnessed by thousands. Victims often participated in elaborate rituals before their deaths, sometimes being treated as divine incarnations for weeks or months before their sacrifice. Some were dressed as gods, taught to play musical instruments, or given 4 women as companions. This period of divine impersonation would end with their sacrifice, completing the ritual transference of divine energy. Perhaps most chilling was the practice of ritual cannibalism that sometimes followed sacrifices. After certain ceremonies, the body of the victim would be given to the warrior who had captured them, or to noble families. The thigh meat, in particular, was considered a delicacy and would be cooked with corn in a special stew. This wasn't simply about nutrition, it was a sacred communion, a way of absorbing the divine energy that had been invested in the victim during the sacrifice rituals. Children were also sacrificed, particularly to gods associated with water and agriculture. The Aztecs believed that the tears of children were pleasing to these deities, who would then send rain in return. During drought years, the number of child sacrifices would increase dramatically, reflecting the desperation of a society dependent on consistent rainfall for survival. Archaeological evidence from sites like the Templo Mayor has revealed the remains of numerous children, many showing signs of having been killed as offerings to Tlaloc, the rain god. It's important to note that the Aztecs weren't unique in practicing human sacrifice. Many ancient cultures across the world engaged in similar rituals, though few matched the Aztecs in scale and systematization. The Aztecs themselves were influenced by earlier Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya and the people of Teotihuacan, who also practiced human sacrifice, albeit perhaps less frequently. Environmental and ecological factors may have played a role as well. The Valley of Mexico experienced periods of severe drought and environmental stress during the height of the Aztec Empire. Some researchers suggest that as agricultural crises mounted, the ruling class intensified sacrificial practices both to appease the gods and to maintain social control during times of scarcity. The blood of sacrificial victims might have seemed a small price to pay for the survival of the entire society. The fall of the Aztec Empire came swiftly after the arrival of Hernán Cortés in 1519. The Spanish were horrified by the practice of human sacrifice, using it as moral justification for their conquest. Yet there's deep irony here. While condemning the ritualized killing of the Aztecs, the Spanish brought warfare and disease that would kill millions throughout Mesoamerica, far exceeding the number of ritual sacrifices the Aztecs had ever performed. Today, we're left with difficult questions about how to understand these practices. It's too simplistic to dismiss the Aztecs as merely bloodthirsty savages. They were sophisticated urban planners, accomplished astronomers, skilled artisans, and complex political thinkers who created one of the most impressive civilizations in the Americas. Their sacrificial practices, however brutal they seem to modern sensibilities, were embedded within a coherent worldview that made sense to them. Some scholars have suggested that we might better understand Aztec sacrifice by comparing it to modern societies that accept mass casualties in warfare as necessary for national security or ideological goals. Others point out that many societies throughout history have been willing to sacrifice individuals for what they perceive as the greater good. The specifics may differ dramatically, but the underlying human tendency to justify certain deaths as necessary sacrifices appears across cultures and times. The story of Aztec sacrifice reminds us of how profoundly different a human society can be from our own while still being recognizably human. It challenges us to consider how cultural context shapes our most fundamental moral understandings, and how beliefs about cosmic order can lead to practices that seem unthinkable from another perspective. What cosmic forces might we be appeasing today without realizing it? What sacrifices does our own society demand that future generations might view with the same horror we feel when contemplating the blood-stained temple steps of Tenochtitlan? Beneath the modern city of Tunis in Tunisia lies a terrible secret, one that was whispered about in ancient texts but dismissed as propaganda for centuries. Carthage, once Rome's greatest rival for control of the Mediterranean, has long been accused of engaging in the most terrible of rituals, the sacrifice of their own children. For years, historians treated these claims with skepticism, believing them to be nothing more than Roman attempts to demonize their enemies. But what if the whispers were true? What if one of the most sophisticated trading empires of the ancient world regularly consigned its own children to the flames as offerings to hungry gods? Carthage was founded around 800 BCE by Phoenician settlers from the city of Tyre in modern Lebanon. The Phoenicians were master shipbuilders and navigators who established trading colonies throughout the Mediterranean. Carthage grew from a modest settlement to become the center of a maritime empire that controlled much of North Africa, southern Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. At its height, Carthage was among the largest and wealthiest cities in the ancient world, with perhaps 300,000 inhabitants living behind massive defensive walls. The Carthaginians worshipped a pantheon of gods derived from their Phoenician ancestors. Chief among these deities was Baal-Hamon, a powerful god associated with fertility, weather, and the underworld. His consort was Tanit, a goddess of war, fertility, and the moon. According to ancient sources, it was to these two deities that the Carthaginians made their most terrible offerings. The practice was called Malk, a term that appears in ancient Punic inscriptions. Children, usually infants but sometimes older, would be placed on the arms of bronze statues representing Baal-Hamon. These statues were heated from below until they glowed red-hot, causing the children to roll into a fiery pit below. Ancient sources claim that drums were beaten loudly during the ceremonies to drown out the screams of the dying children. For a long time, these accounts were treated as anti-Carthaginian propaganda. The Romans, after all, had fought 3 brutal wars against Carthage and had ultimately destroyed the city entirely in 146 BCE, selling its surviving population into slavery. What better way to justify such brutality than by portraying your enemies as child killers? But in 1921, archaeologists made a disturbing discovery that forced a reevaluation of these ancient claims. They uncovered a series of burial grounds outside Carthage that came to be known as the Tophet, named after a biblical term for places of sacrifice. Within these grounds were thousands of urns containing the cremated remains of young children and animals, primarily lambs and kids. The urns were carefully buried and marked with stone monuments, many of which were inscribed with dedications to Baal, Hammon, and Tanit. Initial estimates suggested that the Tophet contained the remains of perhaps 20,000 children sacrificed over a period of 600 years. More recent archaeological work has identified similar sites at other Phoenician colonies, including in Sicily and Sardinia. The sheer scale of these burial grounds indicates that child sacrifice was not an occasional emergency measure, but a regular, institutionalized practice within Carthaginian society. Modern scientific analysis of the remains has only deepened the mystery. Studies of the bones have confirmed that the majority belong to very young children, many newborns or infants under the age of 2. Carbon dating places the earliest burials around the 8th century BCE, with the practice continuing until the destruction of Carthage by Rome in 146 BCE. Chemical analysis of the remains indicates that the children were indeed burned alive rather than killed before cremation. But why would a sophisticated civilization engage in such a terrible practice? The answers may lie in the inscriptions found on the stone markers. Many contain formulaic phrases suggesting that the sacrifices were made in fulfillment of vows to the gods. Parents would promise a child to Baal, Hammon, or Tanit in exchange for divine favor, perhaps recovery from illness, success in business, or protection during dangerous sea voyages. Once the god had fulfilled their part of the bargain, the parents would be required to fulfill theirs. This suggests something truly chilling about Carthaginian child sacrifice. It wasn't imposed by a tyrannical priesthood or demanded by the state in times of crisis. Rather, it appears to have been a voluntary religious practice, one in which parents willingly participated as an expression of their devotion to the gods and their desire for divine blessing. Some scholars have suggested that economics played a role in determining which children were sacrificed. The Carthaginian aristocracy was famously wealthy, with the resources to purchase slave children as substitutes for their own offspring. This might explain why many of the remains found in the Tophet belong to very young infants. They may have been the children of slaves or the poor, purchased specifically for sacrifice. However, inscriptions indicate that at least some of the sacrificed children came from wealthy and prominent families, suggesting that no segment of society was entirely exempt from the practice. During times of crisis, the scale of sacrifice appears to have increased dramatically. Ancient sources describe mass sacrifices during military emergencies. In 310 BCE, when Carthage was under attack by the Sicilian tyrant Agathocles, the Carthaginians reportedly sacrificed 500 children from the city's best families in a desperate attempt to appease Baal Hammon. According to Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian, this extreme measure was taken because the Carthaginians believed they had angered their gods by substituting lower-class children for those of the nobility. Not all historians accept that the Tophet represents evidence of child sacrifice. Some argue that it may have been a special cemetery for children who died of natural causes, perhaps from disease or malnutrition. They point to the fact that infant mortality rates were extremely high in the ancient world, with perhaps half of all children dying before the age of 5. The religious inscription, they suggest, might simply reflect parents' attempts to ensure their deceased children's well-being in the afterlife. But this alternative explanation struggles to account for several key pieces of evidence. The age distribution of the remains is not consistent with natural mortality patterns. There are very few premature infants or stillbirths, which would be expected in a cemetery for natural deaths. Additionally, The animal remains found intermingled with the human bones strongly suggest sacrificial ritual, as animals were commonly used as sacrificial substitutes throughout the ancient Mediterranean world. The practice of child sacrifice appears to have declined over time as Carthage came under increasing Greek and Roman cultural influence. In later periods, the proportion of animal remains in the Tophet increases, suggesting a shift toward animal substitution. This evolution may reflect changing moral sensibilities or practical considerations as Carthage fought to maintain its population during the prolonged wars with Rome. Ironically, while condemning the Carthaginians for their practice of child sacrifice, the Romans themselves engaged in their own forms of human sacrifice, albeit less frequently. In times of extreme crisis, the Romans would bury alive pairs of Gauls and Greeks as offerings to the gods. This practice continued until it was officially banned by the Senate in 97 BCE. Similarly, the Romans regularly sacrificed prisoners of war and criminals in the arena as entertainment, a practice that, from a certain perspective, differs little from religious sacrifice. Whether driven by genuine religious conviction, economic pressure, or social coercion, the reality of Carthaginian child sacrifice forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and society. It reminds us that practices we find abhorrent today were once accepted and even considered pious in different cultural contexts. The parents who brought their children to the Tophet likely saw themselves not as murderers, but as devout adherents fulfilling their sacred obligations to the gods. The mystery of Carthaginian child sacrifice ultimately speaks to the power of religious belief to shape human behavior. In a world where the gods were believed to control every aspect of life from the weather to the outcome of battles, maintaining their favor through sacrifice was not superstition but pragmatic necessity. While we may never fully understand the mindset that led parents to offer their children to the flames, the evidence suggests that, for the Carthaginians, this terrible practice was an integral part of their relationship with the divine powers that governed their world. What other dark secrets lie buried beneath the ruins of ancient civilizations? What practices, too terrible to record or too shocking to believe, have been lost to history? The story of Carthage reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing historical accounts, long dismissed as exaggeration or propaganda, contain kernels of truth that challenge our understanding of human society and the lengths to which people will go in service to their gods. Deep beneath the murky waters of the world's oceans lie the ruins of what some believe to be humanity's greatest lost chapter. Submerged structures, underwater roads, and mysterious stone formations have been discovered on seafloors across the globe, from the coast of Japan to the shallows of the Caribbean. These findings have sparked a controversial theory that an advanced civilization once thrived on Earth only to be wiped out by a catastrophic global flood. The evidence is fragmentary, the academic debate heated, but the possibility remains. What if our recorded history is merely the epilogue to a much greater story? The idea of a global flood destroying an advanced prehistoric civilization has deep roots in human culture. More than 500 flood myths exist across different cultures worldwide, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story of Noah, from the Hindu Puranas to the Greek tale of Deucalion. While mainstream scientists have traditionally dismissed these as merely symbolic tales or explanations for local flooding events, others have wondered if they might collectively preserve the memory of a real catastrophic event that changed the course of human history. The most famous of these proposed lost civilizations is Atlantis, first described by the Greek philosopher Plato around 350 BCE. According to Plato, Atlantis was a mighty maritime power located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, that was suddenly swallowed by the sea following a catastrophic natural disaster. For centuries, Atlantis was considered nothing more than a philosophical allegory, but discoveries in recent decades have led some researchers to question whether Plato's account might contain elements of historical truth. In 2001, researchers discovered what appeared to be man-made structures off the coast of Cuba in more than 2,000 feet of water. Sonar readings revealed what seemed to be geometric formations, including pyramids and roads, covering an area of about 2 square miles. The structures appeared to be made of massive stones placed one upon another. The discovery, sometimes called the Cuban underwater city, has been difficult to investigate due to the extreme depth and has remained controversial in archaeological circles. Even more compelling evidence comes from the waters off Japan's Yonaguni Island, where in 1987, divers discovered a massive underwater rock formation that some believe to be the remains of a prehistoric human construction. The formation, known as the Yonaguni Monument, features what appear to be terrace structures, straight walls, and even a massive stone that resembles a human face. Some researchers have identified what they believe to be roads, drainage channels, and ceremonial spaces within the submerged complex. Mainstream geologists argue that the Yonaguni Formation is the result of natural processes, pointing to the rock's distinct parallel fracture system that could create terraced appearances through normal erosion. But others, including some Japanese scientists, believe the formations show signs of human modification. They point to the presence of what appear to be post holes, straight walls, and right angles, features rarely found in natural formations. Whether natural or artificial, one fact remains indisputable. The Yonaguni Monument currently lies almost 100 feet underwater. If it was indeed modified by human hands, this could only have happened when the area was above sea level, at least 10,000 years ago, during the last ice age. This time frame pushes the boundaries of conventional archaeological understanding, which holds that humans were still primitive hunter-gatherers at this time, not builders of monumental stone structures. Similar underwater anomalies have been found throughout the world. Off the coast of India, the Gulf of Cambay, also known as the Gulf of Combat, has yielded sonar images of vast rectilinear structures more than 120 feet below the water's surface. Stone artifacts recovered from the area have been dated to approximately 9,500 years old, challenging the conventional timeline of civilization in the region. In the Mediterranean, off the coast of Malta, ancient cart ruts mysteriously disappear beneath the waves, suggesting they were created when sea levels were much lower. And in the Pacific, the remarkable stone structures of Nan Madol in Micronesia and the massive stone statues of Easter Island hint at sophisticated civilizations in places where such development seems improbable given their isolation. But if an advanced prehistoric civilization did exist, what caused its downfall? Here, geological evidence provides intriguing possibilities. At the end of the last ice age, around 12,000 to 11,000 years ago, Earth experienced a period of rapid climate change. As massive ice sheets that had covered much of North America and Europe began to melt, sea levels rose dramatically, by some estimates, as much as 400 feet over several thousand years. This was not a uniform, gradual process. Geological evidence suggests there were periods of sudden, catastrophic flooding caused by the collapse of ice dams that had held back enormous glacial lakes. One such event was the sudden draining of Lake Agassiz, a massive glacial lake in North America that contained more water than all the lakes in the world today combined. When the ice dam holding it back collapsed around 8,200 years ago, it released an enormous pulse of freshwater into the North Atlantic, possibly causing a rapid sea level rise and climate disruption worldwide. Another catastrophic flooding event may have been the breaching of a natural dam at the Bosporus Strait, which some researchers believe caused the sudden flooding of the Black Sea Basin around 7,600 years ago. This event, which transformed what had been a freshwater lake into the saltwater Black Sea, would have inundated thousands of square miles of inhabited land, possibly giving rise to flood myths across the Near East. Beyond these regional events, emerging research suggests an even more dramatic possibility. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth experienced what scientists call the Younger Dryas event, a sudden return to near glacial conditions after the planet had begun warming at the end of the Ice Age. Temperatures in some regions dropped by as much as 15 degrees Celsius in just decades, creating a cold snap that lasted more than 1,000 years. The cause of this abrupt climate reversal remains debated, but one controversial theory suggests it may have been triggered by the impact of a fragmented comet or large asteroid. Proponents of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis point to a layer of unusual materials found across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia that dates precisely to this time period. These materials include nanodiamonds, platinum, and other elements that are rare on Earth's surface but common in asteroids and comets. If such an impact did occur, it could have melted massive portions of the North American ice sheet, sending enormous quantities of freshwater into the oceans, disrupting ocean currents, and triggering both climate change and flooding on a global scale. Some researchers believe this event may have caused the extinction of many large mammal species in North America and potentially devastated human populations as well. Could such a catastrophe have wiped out an advanced civilization, leaving only scattered survivors to rebuild human society? The conventional archaeological record shows a curious flowering of agriculture and settlement in multiple locations around the world shortly after this period. In the Fertile Crescent, Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a site featuring sophisticated stone structures dating back at least 11,600 years, appears almost without precedent, showing a level of organization and craftsmanship that seems to come from nowhere in the archaeological record. Similarly, in South America, North Africa, and East Asia, agricultural practices and permanent settlements seem to emerge with remarkable synchronicity around this time. Some researchers have suggested this pattern might be explained by the survival of knowledge from a previous civilization, carried by refugees who settled in these various locations after their original homeland was destroyed. Critics of this theory point to the lack of concrete evidence for such an advanced prehistoric civilization. Where are the tools, the written records, the clear remnants of their technology? Proponents counter that any such civilization would likely have been centered in coastal regions, precisely the areas that would have been most affected by rising sea levels. They argue that the bulk of the evidence lies underwater, covered by sediment, or has simply eroded away over thousands of years. The academic establishment has generally dismissed theories of advanced prehistoric civilizations as pseudoscience, preferring explanations that fit within the established archaeological framework. Yet as underwater exploration technology improves and more anomalous structures are discovered beneath the waves, the questions continue to mount. If these submerged structures do prove to be artificial, they would require a significant rewriting of human prehistory. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that evidence for such a civilization might be found not just underwater, but in the myths and legends that have been passed down through generations. Stories of a golden age, a paradise lost, or a great flood that destroyed the world can be found across cultures that had no known contact with one another. Could these be more than coincidental similarities? Might they preserve, in fragmentary and symbolic form, the memory of a real civilization and its catastrophic end? As we continue to explore the depths of our oceans and re-examine ancient texts with new perspectives, the mystery of whether a global flood wiped out an advanced prehistoric civilization remains open. The truth may lie somewhere between the conventional archaeological narrative and the more dramatic alternative theories, a truth that, if discovered, could fundamentally transform our understanding of human history and our place in the world. In the dense, steaming jungles of Central America, the ancient Maya built soaring pyramids, developed sophisticated mathematics, and tracked the stars with remarkable precision. Their civilization flourished for over 2,000 years, creating some of the most impressive art and architecture in the pre-Columbian Americas. But beneath this veneer of high culture and intellectual achievement lurked something far darker, a world of brutal warfare, human sacrifice, and perhaps even more disturbing practices that archaeologists are only now beginning to fully understand. What secrets have been hidden in the shadows of the Maya ruins all these centuries? And what can these dark discoveries tell us about one of the most fascinating civilizations ever to exist? For generations, the popular image of the Maya was that of peaceful astronomer priests, gazing at the stars and developing complex calendars, while neighboring civilizations like the Aztecs engaged in bloody warfare and sacrifice. But that romanticized view has been thoroughly shattered by modern archaeological findings. The reality of Maya civilization was far more complex, and in many ways, far more disturbing than previously imagined. Some of the most revealing discoveries have come from mass graves found throughout the Maya world. In 2005, archaeologists excavating the ancient city of Cancun in Guatemala discovered a royal mass grave containing at least 31 bodies, including those of the city's king and queen. The skeletons showed clear evidence of violent death, crushed skulls, severed limbs, and dismemberment. Similarly, at the site of Dos Pilas, archaeologists uncovered mass graves containing the remains of elite warriors who had been captured, tortured, and killed, their bodies unceremoniously dumped together. Perhaps most disturbing was the discovery at the sacred cenote, natural sinkhole, at Chichen Itza in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. When archaeologists dredged this natural well in the early 20th century, they recovered the remains of at least 120 individuals, many of them children. Analysis of these remains has revealed that many of the victims were subjected to heart extraction before being thrown into the cenote as offerings to the rain god Chak. The bones show cut marks consistent with thoracic mutilation, clear evidence of human sacrifice on a significant scale. But why did the Maya engage in such practices? The answer lies in their cosmology, their understanding of how the universe functioned. The Maya believed they lived in a world caught between different cosmic forces. The gods had sacrificed themselves to create humanity, and humans were expected to repay this blood debt through their own sacrifices. Blood was seen as a sacred substance that nourished the gods and maintained cosmic order. Without regular offerings of human blood, the Maya believed their world would literally come to an end. This wasn't just abstract theology, it was intimately connected to practical concerns. The Maya depended on reliable rainfall for their agricultural success. Periods of drought could be devastating, leading to crop failures, famine, and political instability. Human sacrifice, particularly of children whose tears were thought to please the rain deities, was seen as a necessary measure to ensure the continuation of the rains and thus the survival of Maya society. Evidence of these sacrificial practices is preserved not just in archaeological remains, but in Maya art itself. Elaborately carved stone panels depict kings and nobles drawing blood from their tongues and genitals as self-sacrificial offerings. Other scenes show captives bound and humiliated before their sacrifice. The famous ball courts found throughout the Maya world were not simply venues for sport. They were sacred spaces where the cosmic drama of life and death was enacted. Some ball games ended with the sacrifice of players, usually captives who had been forced to participate. One of the most unsettling aspects of Maya sacrifice was the role of children in these rituals. At sites like Midnight Terror Cave in Belize, archaeologists have found the remains of numerous children who were apparently sacrificed to appease the rain gods. Analysis of these remains suggests that many of the children were suffering from malnutrition or disease before their deaths, raising the possibility that the Maya may have selected already vulnerable children for sacrifice, perhaps seeing them as appropriate offerings during times of hardship. Beyond sacrifice, Archaeological evidence has revealed that the Maya engaged in warfare on a scale previously unimagined. Contrary to earlier portrayals of Maya conflict as primarily ritualized and limited, modern discoveries indicate that they fought brutal wars of conquest and subjugation. City-states rose and fell, with victorious kings capturing, torturing, and executing their defeated rivals. Hieroglyphic texts boast of captured nobles being flayed alive, having their fingernails torn out, or being forced to watch the execution of their families before meeting their own grisly end. The city of Cancun, with its violently murdered royal family, appears to have been the victim of a particularly brutal political takeover. The archaeological evidence suggests that during a special event or ceremony, attackers massacred the royal family and the city's nobility, effectively decapitating its political structure. After the massacre, Cancun was largely abandoned, its once magnificent palace left to be reclaimed by the jungle. Such political violence was not unusual in the Maya world. As competition for resources intensified, particularly during periods of environmental stress, warfare became increasingly common and devastating. The discovery of defensive walls around many late Maya cities suggests that the threat of attack was a constant concern. Some sites show evidence of having been completely destroyed, their buildings burned, and their monuments desecrated. But perhaps the most enduring mystery of Maya civilization is the so-called classic Maya collapse, the rapid decline of Maya cities in the southern lowlands between about 800 and 950 CE. During this period, many of the great Maya centers were abandoned, construction of monumental architecture ceased, and the population declined dramatically. What caused this mysterious disappearance of a once thriving civilization? Clues to this mystery have been found in human remains. Analysis of skeletons from the late Classic period shows increasing signs of malnutrition and disease, suggesting a population under severe stress. Particularly telling are the high levels of linear enamel hypoplasia, lines in tooth enamel that indicate periods of severe nutritional stress during childhood. These markers become increasingly common in the decades leading up to the collapse, painting a picture of a society struggling to feed its children. Climate studies provide another piece of the puzzle. Analysis of lake sediments and other climate indicators suggests that the Maya collapse coincided with a period of severe and prolonged drought in the region. This multi-decade dry spell would have been catastrophic for a civilization dependent on rainfall agriculture, particularly one with a large population and highly developed urban centers. The environmental evidence suggests that the Maya may have contributed to their own downfall through deforestation and soil erosion. To support their growing cities and feed their expanding population, the Maya cleared vast areas of forest for agriculture and for use as fuel. This deforestation would have reduced rainfall, exacerbating the effects of natural drought cycles. The removal of trees also led to soil erosion, decreasing agricultural productivity precisely when the Maya needed it most. As resources dwindled, competition intensified, leading to increased warfare between Maya states. Archaeological evidence from this period shows cities investing heavily in defensive structures and weaponry. The warfare itself further strained resources and disrupted agricultural production, creating a vicious cycle of violence and scarcity. Epigraphic evidence, the hieroglyphic texts left by the Maya themselves, tells of increasing conflict between city-states, with kings capturing and sacrificing their rivals in desperate attempts to maintain power. Perhaps most disturbing is the evidence of what desperate people will do when their society begins to collapse around them. At some sites, archaeologists have found evidence of cannibalism dating to the terminal Classic period. Human bones show cut marks consistent with defleshing and other signs of having been processed for consumption. While rare, these findings suggest that in some places, the social order broke down so completely that taboos against cannibalism were violated, a truly dire sign of a civilization in crisis. As cities failed, people voted with their feet, abandoning the great urban centers and returning to a more sustainable way of life in smaller communities. The kings and nobles who had justified their rule through claims of divine connection and magical control over the natural world lost credibility as the rains failed and crops withered despite their increasingly desperate sacrifices. The elaborate religious system that had demanded so much blood began to lose its grip on the Maya population. Yet the Maya civilization did not vanish entirely. In the northern Yucatan, cities like Chichen Itza and Mayapan continued to flourish for centuries after the southern collapse. And even in the areas that experienced the most dramatic depopulation, some Maya communities persisted, adapting to the changed circumstances. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they encountered Maya states that, while diminished from their classic period height, still maintained distinct cultural traditions and fiercely resisted conquest. The story of the Maya is not simply one of collapse and disappearance, but of adaptation and survival against overwhelming odds. Today, millions of Maya descendants continue to live throughout Central America, many maintaining cultural practices and speaking languages that connect them directly to their ancestors who built the now ruined cities that draw tourists from around the world. The dark side of Maya civilization, the sacrifices, the warfare, the environmental destruction reminds us that even the most sophisticated societies can engage in practices that seem horrifying to outside observers. It also demonstrates how vulnerable complex civilizations can be to environmental change, particularly when they have pushed their resources to the limit. Perhaps most importantly, the Maya story reveals how quickly a thriving civilization can collapse when multiple stresses converge, a lesson that remains relevant in our interconnected and environmentally challenged modern world. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Yorkshire, hidden from the modern world, lies Go's Cave, a place where one of the most disturbing mysteries of ancient Britain continues to challenge archaeologists and historians alike. Dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 14,700 years ago, this seemingly peaceful cavern holds a dark secret, unmistakable evidence of what appears to be ritualistic cannibalism on a scale that defies easy explanation. The story begins in the late 19th century when cave explorers first stumbled upon human bones scattered throughout the limestone chambers. Initially dismissed as simple burial remains, it wasn't until modern archaeological techniques were applied in the 1980s that the true nature of these remains became apparent. What researchers discovered was nothing short of chilling: hundreds of human bone fragments showing clear signs of deliberate processing. These weren't the random marks of animal scavenging or natural decomposition. They were methodical cuts made by human hands, with human tools on human bones. The most compelling evidence comes from the skull fragments. Many were found with precise cut marks around the base, suggesting the careful removal of the scalp. The foramen magnum, the opening at the skull's base where the spinal cord connects to the brain, shows signs of widening, potentially to access the brain tissue within. Even more disturbing, many skull fragments appear to have been shaped into crude bowls, their edges carefully smoothed and finished. But the evidence doesn't stop there. Long bones from arms and legs show clear signs of being cracked open to extract marrow, using the same techniques that were applied to animal bones found in the same cave. This parallel processing suggests that whoever inhabited Go's Cave treated human remains in exactly the same way they treated the animals they hunted for food. The cuts are precise, deliberate, and undeniably intentional. Perhaps most chilling of all are the human finger bones. Several phalanges, the bones that make up our fingers, show signs of careful skinning and defleshing. Some researchers believe these marks indicate that fingers were systematically prepared for consumption, while others suggest an even more disturbing possibility, that they may have been worn as macabre trophies or ritualistic ornaments. The scale of the activity is what truly boggles the mind. Scientists have estimated that the processed remains found in Go's cave represent at least 5 to 7 individuals, including children as young as 3 years old. The diversity in age suggests that this wasn't simply a case of desperate survival cannibalism during a famine or harsh winter. Something more complex, more ritualistic, was clearly at work here. But who were these people? The Cresswellian culture that inhabited Britain during this period were sophisticated hunter-gatherers, not primitive savages as popular imagination might suggest. They created intricate artwork, crafted fine tools, and showed evidence of complex social structures. They weren't mindless barbarians, which makes the evidence of cannibalism all the more perplexing. Some anthropologists suggest that what we're seeing may have been funerary cannibalism, the ritual consumption of deceased family members as a form of honoring them or absorbing their essence. This practice, while shocking to modern sensibilities, has been documented in various cultures throughout history. The careful processing of the bones might indicate respect rather than barbarity, a sacred ritual rather than a profane feast. Others point to the possibility of exocannibalism, the consumption of outsiders or enemies. The selective processing of certain body parts, particularly skulls, bears similarities to headhunting cultures documented in more recent history. Perhaps these remains represent war captives or rival tribe members, consumed as the ultimate demonstration of dominance. But there's another theory that challenges both of these interpretations. What if these weren't acts of cannibalism at all? Some researchers suggest that the processing of human remains might represent a complex mortuary practice, where bodies were deliberately defleshed as part of a ritual that had nothing to do with consumption. The cut marks, they argue, could have been made during a process meant to prepare the dead for the afterlife, not for the cooking pot. The mystery deepens when we consider that similar evidence has been found at other British sites from roughly the same period. Kendrick's Cave in Wales and Kent's Cavern in Devon both contain human remains with similar processing marks, suggesting that whatever was happening at Go's cave wasn't an isolated incident. It appears to have been a widespread cultural practice across ancient Britain. Even more fascinating is the discovery of deliberate engravings on some of the processed human bones. Zigzag patterns and intricate lines carved into human remains suggest ritualistic significance far beyond simple nutrition. These weren't just meals, they were ceremonies, embedded with meaning we can now only guess at. Climate data from the period offers another intriguing angle. The time when these remains were deposited corresponds with the end of the last ice age, a period of dramatic climate change and environmental stress. As glaciers retreated and ecosystems transformed, ancient British societies would have faced unprecedented challenges. Could these apparent cannibalistic practices represent a desperate response to changing food supplies? Or perhaps they were religious rituals intended to appease whatever forces were causing their world to transform. The most recent research has revealed something even more astonishing: evidence of human teeth marks on some of the processed bones. These aren't the marks of scavenging animals or cutting tools, but the unmistakable impressions of human incisors and molars. Someone, or some group, was definitely consuming human flesh in these caves, regardless of the ritual significance it may have held. What makes Go's cave particularly mysterious is the apparent contradiction it presents. The same people who may have engaged in cannibalism also created beautiful artwork and sophisticated tools. They weren't primitive in their technology or cognition. This suggests that whatever was happening in the depths of these limestone chambers wasn't simple savagery. It was complex behavior rooted in belief systems and cultural practices we may never fully understand. Some cultural anthropologists have suggested parallels with documented cannibalistic practices from more recent history. The four people of Papua New Guinea, for instance, practiced funerary cannibalism until the mid-20th century as a way to honor their dead and maintain spiritual connections with ancestors. Could the Cresswellian people of ancient Britain have held similar beliefs? The debate continues to rage in archaeological circles. Were these the remains of ritual sacrifices, honored ancestors, enemy warriors, famine victims? Without written records, we're left with only bones and stones to tell the story, and they're frustratingly silent on the meaning behind the marks they bear. What we do know is that something extraordinary was happening in these British caves thousands of years ago. Something that challenges our understanding of our ancestors and forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about human nature itself. The evidence is clear. Human bodies were being processed with the same techniques used for food animals. But the why remains elusive, lost in the shadows of these ancient caverns. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Go's Cave is not what it tells us about our past, but what it suggests about our present. The line between the sacred and the profane, between honor and horror, has always been thinner than we'd like to admit. These ancient Britons, whoever they were and whatever rituals they practiced, were fully human, with minds as complex and souls as deep as our own. Their world may have been different, but their humanity was not. As we continue to study these enigmatic remains, we're not just uncovering the secrets of ancient Britain, we're holding a mirror to ourselves, asking what cultural practices of our own might someday perplex future archaeologists. The Cannibal Caves remind us that human culture has always been stranger, darker, and more complex than we imagine, filled with shadows that even the brightest archaeological spotlight can never fully illuminate. In the silent embrace of ancient soil, buried beneath layers of time and earth, lie the forgotten victims of humanity's oldest and most relentless enemy, infectious disease. While modern history remembers the Black Death of medieval Europe and the Spanish flu pandemic of the early 20th century, far older plagues swept through ancient civilizations, sometimes erasing entire communities so completely that they vanished from both the landscape and collective memory. These are the hidden pandemics, the forgotten apocalypses that shaped human history long before we had words to describe them. Perhaps the most mysterious of these ancient outbreaks is what archaeologists now call the Neolithic decline. Roughly 7,000 years ago, across Europe, thriving farming communities suddenly collapsed. For decades, archaeologists puzzled over the abandoned settlements and dramatic decrease in population evidenced in the archaeological record. Climate change, warfare, and social upheaval were all proposed as explanations, but recent DNA analysis of skeletal remains has revealed a stunning truth. A massive plague outbreak, caused by an early strain of Yersinia pestis, the same bacterium responsible for the more famous Black Death thousands of years later. The scale of this prehistoric pandemic is almost impossible to comprehend. Archaeological evidence suggests that in some regions, population levels dropped by more than 60%. Entire settlement networks collapsed, farming territories were abandoned, and complex trading systems disintegrated. This wasn't just a health crisis. It was an extinction-level event for many early European cultures. The survivors, forever changed by the experience, developed entirely new social structures and belief systems in the plague's aftermath. Even more disturbing is the evidence suggesting this may have been an engineered catastrophe. Recent studies of ancient DNA reveal that this early plague strain appears to have suddenly acquired new genetic capabilities that made it far more deadly to humans. Some researchers now believe this might represent one of history's first biological warfare events, a plague strain deliberately modified and deployed against rival communities. If true, it would push back the history of biological weapons by thousands of years. Moving forward in time, another mysterious plague emerges in the archaeological record around 3,400 years ago, the Hittite plague. The powerful Hittite Empire, spanning much of modern Turkey and parts of Syria, was at its height when disaster struck. Clay tablets recovered from royal archives describe a devastating epidemic that raged for 20 years, killing 2 kings and countless citizens. The desperate Hittite rulers imported priests and doctors from Egypt and Babylon, offering treasure for anyone who could stop the disease, but to no avail. The most haunting aspect of the Hittite plague is how it coincides perfectly with the empire's collapse. Within a generation of the outbreak, this mighty civilization, once powerful enough to fight Egypt to a standstill, had essentially ceased to exist. Cities were abandoned, writing systems forgotten, and technological knowledge lost. Whatever disease swept through the Hittite lands, it didn't just kill people, it killed an entire way of life, creating a dark age that lasted centuries. Scientific analysis of Hittite skeletal remains has yielded tantalizing but inconclusive results. Some genetic evidence points to an early form of smallpox, while other samples suggest tularemia, or a hemorrhagic fever similar to Ebola. Most disturbing is the possibility that it may have been a pathogen now extinct, a disease that vanished after consuming its host population, leaving no descendants for modern scientists to study. If so, it represents a microbial ghost, a killer we can never fully identify. Perhaps the most famous ancient plague mystery centers on Athens in 430 BCE. At the height of the Peloponnesian War, as Spartan forces laid siege to the city, a devastating epidemic erupted within Athens' crowded walls. The Greek historian Thucydides, who survived the disease himself, left a detailed account of the symptoms: high fever, reddened eyes, bleeding throat, and a skin condition that left victims unable to bear the touch of even the lightest clothing. The social collapse that followed was just as severe as the physical symptoms, with Thucydides reporting that the catastrophe was so overwhelming that men, not knowing what would happen next to them, became indifferent to every rule of religion or law. Despite Thucydides' detailed description, modern scientists remain divided on what exactly the Athenian plague was. Typhoid fever, smallpox, and viral hemorrhagic fevers have all been proposed as candidates. DNA extracted from a mass grave dating to the period yielded evidence of typhoid fever bacteria, but other researchers argue the symptoms better match viral diseases unknown in the modern world. Some historians believe we may be dealing with a perfect storm scenario, multiple disease outbreaks hitting simultaneously in a population weakened by war and malnutrition. Whatever the cause, the consequences were profound. Athens never fully recovered its former power or cultural confidence. The plague killed Pericles, Athens' greatest statesman, along with an estimated third of the population. Without his leadership, Athens eventually lost the war to Sparta, forever altering the trajectory of Western civilization. Had there been no plague, the democratic ideals of Athens might have spread throughout the ancient Mediterranean, rather than being eclipsed by more authoritarian systems. Moving across the world to ancient America, we find perhaps the most complete erasure of a civilization by disease in prehistoric times. The Mississippi Valley once hosted complex societies with massive earthwork constructions and cities rivaling contemporary European centers in size and sophistication. Cahokia, near modern St. Louis, was home to as many as 20,000 people around 1000 CE, larger than London at the same time. Yet by the time European explorers reached the region in the 16th century, these mighty centers were abandoned ruins, and the few remaining indigenous inhabitants had no memory of who had built them. Recent archaeological work suggests that a devastating pandemic, possibly a hemorrhagic fever similar to Ebola, may have swept through these densely populated centers around 1350 CE. Evidence for this comes from mass graves showing no signs of violence, but containing victims who appear to have died suddenly and been buried hastily. Population estimates derived from settlement patterns show a collapse of over 80% in some regions, a demographic catastrophe far exceeding even the Black Death's impact in Europe. The most chilling aspect of this American plague is how completely it erased not just people but knowledge. Unlike the Athenian plague or even the Hittite disaster, which left written records, this catastrophe struck a civilization that transferred knowledge orally. When the knowledge keepers died, Entire cosmologies, histories, and technological understandings vanished with them. It represents not just a biological extinction but a cultural one, a double death from which these societies never recovered. Ancient China provides another window into forgotten pandemics through its remarkably detailed historical records. The Han Dynasty chronicles describe a mysterious cold damage epidemic that struck around 200 CE, killing millions and contributing significantly to the dynasty's collapse. The symptoms included high fever, severe chills, and a distinctive darkening of the arms, unlike any disease commonly recognized today. Archaeological evidence confirms massive population decline during this period, with some regions losing up to 40% of their inhabitants. Even more telling are the emergency measures recorded in official documents, quarantine edicts, travel restrictions, and mass production of medicinal herbs. These represent some of history's first documented public health responses to epidemic disease. The most intriguing aspect of the Han Dynasty plague is how it appears to have permanently altered Chinese medical understanding. The treatise on cold damage disorders, written shortly after the epidemic by physician Zhang Zhongjing, became the foundation of traditional Chinese medicine for the next 2,000 years. The catastrophe literally rewrote how an entire civilization understood health and disease. Perhaps most disturbing of all ancient disease events is the mysterious plague of Cyprian that ravaged the Roman Empire between 250 and 270 CE. Named for the Christian bishop who chronicled its horrors, this pandemic arrived during a period of political instability, climate change, and economic collapse, a perfect storm of disasters that nearly ended classical civilization 3 centuries before its conventionally recognized fall. Bishop Cyprian's account describes victims suffering from fever, weakness, and gangrenous extremities. The intestines are shaken with continuous vomiting, he wrote. The eyes are on fire with the injected blood. In some cases, the feet or other parts of the infected limbs are cut off. Modern researchers have suggested everything from smallpox to viral hemorrhagic fever as possible culprits, but no consensus exists. What's clear is the plague's devastating impact. At its height, Roman records claim 5,000 people died daily in Rome alone. The empire's population may have declined by 20 to 30% overall, with urban centers hit hardest. The economic consequences were equally severe, with abandoned farms, collapsed trade networks, and crippling inflation. The Roman military, depleted by disease, struggled to defend imperial borders against increasingly bold barbarian incursions. Most fascinating is how this forgotten apocalypse reshaped religious history. The established Roman religious system, with its emphasis on transactional relationships with the gods, seemed powerless against the plague. Meanwhile, the growing Christian community gained substantial credibility by caring for the sick when others fled. As Cyprian himself noted, Christians attended to their querulous and tedious sick, ministering with patience unto others. This act of compassion amid catastrophe accelerated Christianity's growth, helping transform it from persecuted cult to eventual state religion. These ancient plagues remain shadowy figures in history's narrative, their exact natures obscured by time and the limitations of archaeological evidence. Yet their impacts were undeniable. Empires fell, knowledge was lost, entire ways of life vanished. They remind us that throughout human history, microscopic organisms have often accomplished what mighty armies could not, the complete erasure of civilizations. The name Tutankhamun evokes images of golden treasures and archaeological triumph, but beneath the glittering surface lies a darker narrative, one of mysterious deaths, erased histories, and what some call a curse that has claimed lives across millennia. While modern science dismisses the supernatural elements of the so-called curse of the Pharaohs, the strange patterns of misfortune surrounding Egypt's ancient rulers suggest secrets far more disturbing than any mythical hex. The story of Tutankhamun himself raises immediate questions. The boy king died suddenly at approximately 19 years of age, an unusual fate for someone of such privilege and care. When Howard Carter discovered his tomb in 1922, he found evidence suggesting a hasty burial, unusual for a pharaoh, whose funeral preparations typically took months. Recent scientific analyses of Tutankhamun's mummy reveal a fractured leg, malaria parasites in his bloodstream, and genetic abnormalities consistent with inbreeding. But some Egyptologists question whether these findings fully explain his premature death. More suspicious still are the apparent attempts to erase Tutankhamun from history. His monuments were usurped by later pharaohs, his name removed from king lists, and his tomb was unusually small for a ruler of Egypt. These actions suggest something about this young king or his lineage was deeply problematic to those who followed him, something they wished to conceal from future generations. The mysterious deaths surrounding the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb have fueled speculation for a century. Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financial backer, died from an infected mosquito bite shortly after the tomb was opened. At the precise moment of his death, lights reportedly went out across Cairo, and back in England, his dog howled once and died. In the decade following the tomb's opening, over 20 people connected to the excavation died under various circumstances, from suicide to arsenic poisoning. While easily dismissed as coincidence, these deaths obscure a more scientifically plausible danger: ancient pathogens preserved in the sealed tomb or toxic compound used in mummification processes. Recent analysis of tomb artifacts has revealed traces of potentially harmful bacteria and fungi that could have posed serious health risks to those first entering these sealed environments. Perhaps the curse was simply ancient Egypt's final defense mechanism, microscopic guardians preserving royal secrets. Even more disturbing are the physical deformities evident in certain royal mummies. Akhenaten, Tutankhamun's probable father, is depicted in art with an elongated skull, wide hips, and pronounced breasts, features so distinctive that early Egyptologists believed the representations were symbolic rather than realistic. However, modern medical analysis of royal mummies from this period reveals genuine physical abnormalities, possibly resulting from genetic disorders caused by generations of brother-sister marriages meant to keep power strictly within the royal family. The 18th dynasty, which included both Akhenaten and Tutankhamun, appears particularly affected by such conditions. CT scans of royal mummies show cleft palates, scoliosis, club feet, and distinctive skull shapes that would have been immediately visible to their subjects. How did a civilization that prized physical perfection as evidence of divine blessing reconcile these royal deformities? Some scholars suggest these physical differences may have motivated Akhenaten's dramatic religious reforms, creating a new deity who reflected his own unusual appearance rather than the idealized physiques of traditional Egyptian gods. Perhaps the darkest secret of ancient Egypt's rulers centers on a discovery so disturbing that many Egyptologists initially refused to acknowledge it: evidence of royal infant sacrifice. At several temples, particularly those associated with fertility deities, archaeologists have uncovered the mummified remains of infants with clear signs of deliberate killing. While some were initially dismissed as natural deaths, forensic examination has revealed skull fractures and other injuries consistent with ritual sacrifice. Most troubling are the inscriptions suggesting these weren't the children of commoners, but of the royal family itself. Texts reference the giving of the first fruit and the offering of the house of Pharaoh. If accurate, these findings suggest that Egypt's god-kings may have sacrificed their own children to maintain divine favor, a practice so horrifying that later generations would have had every reason to conceal it. Equally mysterious are the numerous locked tombs discovered throughout Egypt, burial chambers sealed not just physically, but ritually, with curses and warnings far more specific and threatening than the generic protections found on most royal tombs. These extraordinary measures suggest the occupants were considered dangerous even in death. Some contain mummies bound with unusual restraints or surrounded by protective amulets facing inward, designed not to protect the deceased, but to protect the world from them. One such tomb, discovered near Saqqara in 1952, contained a noble whose name had been meticulously chiseled from every surface, his face smashed from his sarcophagus. Most striking were the 50 protective figurines arranged to surround the body completely, all facing inward with weapons drawn. Whatever this individual had done, or was believed capable of doing after death, inspired sufficient fear that extraordinary measures were taken to contain his spirit. The medical evidence from royal mummies presents another disturbing possibility. Many pharaohs show signs of debilitating health conditions that would have challenged their ability to rule effectively. Ramesses the Great's mummy reveals severe dental abscesses that would have caused excruciating pain, while Amenhotep III suffered from what appears to be painful arthritis and obesity in his later years. These conditions raise an uncomfortable question: who was actually governing Egypt during periods when its god-king was incapacitated by illness? Some evidence suggests a hidden power structure behind the throne. The abundant love poetry and correspondence between Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti, for instance, abruptly ceases in the later years of his reign, replaced by documents suggesting significant political power held by previously unknown court officials. Were these individuals merely assisting an ailing pharaoh, or had they seized control while maintaining the fiction of divine rule? Perhaps most significant are the traces of poison found in several royal mummies. Advanced toxicological analyses have detected compounds derived from mandrake, henbane, and other potentially lethal plants in the remains of certain pharaohs. These substances, while possibly used for pain management, could also indicate something darker, either suicide or assassination. The clustering of such findings around periods of political transition suggests the possibility of systematic elimination of rulers who had become inconvenient to powerful interests behind the throne. The famous case of Hatshepsut, one of Egypt's few female pharaohs, exemplifies these mysterious patterns. After a successful reign of approximately 21 years, she disappears from the historical record, her monuments defaced, and her name stricken from official king lists. Her mummy, identified in 2007, shows signs of both an advanced cancer and residues of a skin cream containing a known carcinogen. Was her death from natural causes, then opportunistically used by opponents? Or was she slowly and deliberately poisoned by those who wished to restore traditional male rule? The bizarre funeral arrangements of certain pharaohs provide additional clues to hidden court dynamics. Some rulers were buried with unusual haste, while others remained unburied for surprising lengths of time. The mummy of Ramesses III shows signs of having been hastily treated, with materials and techniques far below the standard expected for a powerful ruler. Court documents from the period describe a harem conspiracy to assassinate this pharaoh. But was the plot actually successful, requiring a cover-up by officials who then continued to rule in his name? Even more telling are the so-called missing pharaohs, rulers known from historical records who seem to vanish completely, their tombs never found, their mummies absent from the royal cache, where priests relocated many rulers during the 21st dynasty to protect them from tomb robbers. While some may simply await discovery, the systematic nature of these disappearances suggests intentional erasure. The case of Amenemhat IV is particularly suspicious. This pharaoh disappears from records after a brief reign, replaced by his sister Sogneferu. No trace of his burial has ever been found, despite extensive searches in the area where his pyramid should have stood. More telling is the careful way his name was removed from certain documents while being preserved in others, suggesting not the wholesale condemnation of a hated ruler, but the selective editing of someone with access to sensitive information about the royal house. Contemporary texts hint at palace conspiracies involving the royal harem, powerful priests, and foreign influences. The instructions of Amenemhat explicitly warns against trusting anyone, even household intimates, suggesting assassination attempts were a regular feature of court life. The famous harem conspiracy papyri detail an elaborate plot involving wives, officials, and magical practices intended to eliminate Ramesses III. While officially this plot was discovered and the conspirators punished, the pharaoh's mummy shows a severe throat wound that had been carefully concealed by embalmers. Perhaps the ultimate dark secret of Egypt's ancient rulers wasn't supernatural at all, but entirely human. The reality that the seemingly divine kings and queens were caught in webs of power beyond their control, manipulated by unseen forces, and frequently removed when they became inconvenient to those with true authority. The curses, strange burials, and mysterious deaths may have been tools in a sophisticated system of political theater, designed to maintain the illusion of divine rule while concealing the messy human reality of power politics. As we continue to develop more sophisticated medical and forensic techniques, the mummies of ancient Egypt are gradually revealing their secrets. Each new analysis peels back another layer of mystery, suggesting that behind the golden masks and elaborate mythology lay human beings caught in dangerous games of power, their bodies now telling stories their contemporaries tried desperately to keep hidden. Beneath the rolling plains of Turkey's Cappadocia region lies Derinkuyu, an underground metropolis carved entirely from volcanic rock, descending 18 levels into the earth. With capacity for 20,000 people, complete with churches, schools, wineries, and sophisticated ventilation systems, this subterranean city raises a profound question. What would drive thousands of people to abandon the surface world and retreat into darkness? What invisible threat was so terrifying that entire communities chose to live without sunlight, farming only at night or in carefully concealed valleys? The traditional explanation for Derinkuyu and neighboring underground cities like Kamakli focuses on defense against nomadic raiders. The narrow, easily defended passages and heavy stone doors that could only be operated from the inside support this theory. However, this explanation fails to address the sheer scale and permanence of these structures. These weren't simple emergency shelters. They were fully functioning underground societies designed for extended habitation, some showing evidence of continuous occupation spanning centuries. Archaeological evidence suggests these cities reached their peak usage during the 7th and 8th centuries, coinciding with the Byzantine-Arab conflicts that ravaged the region. Contemporary accounts describe people of the caves who would mysteriously vanish when armies approached, leaving seemingly abandoned villages. Arab chroniclers wrote of a land where the inhabitants are not visible, yet their campfires can be seen at night, suggesting a population that had learned to live in shadow, emerging only when safe. But warfare alone doesn't explain the extreme measures taken at Derinkuyu. The elaborate water filtration systems, the carefully engineered air shafts disguised as wells, and the strategic placement of underground animal stables near ventilation holes to mask human scents. These speak of people hiding not just from human enemies, but from something capable of hunting them systematically. Some researchers suggest these features were designed to hide from something that tracked humans by smell or sound, leading to speculation about now extinct predators or even more exotic threats. Equally mysterious is the abrupt abandonment of many of these underground complexes. At Derinkuyu, archaeologists have found evidence of hasty departure of personal belongings left behind, food storage areas still containing provisions, and in some cases, signs of collapsed tunnels that may have trapped inhabitants in deeper levels. What final catastrophe drove even these subterranean dwellers from their carefully constructed sanctuary? The archaeological record falls silent, offering no clear answers. Similar questions surround the recently discovered underground city at Nevşehir, also in Turkey. Uncovered accidentally during urban renovation work in 2014, initial surveys suggest this complex may be the largest underground settlement ever found, potentially housing 30,000 people across hundreds of connected chambers. Most puzzling are the defensive features that seem designed not just to keep enemies out, but to contain something within: sealed compartments, one-way passages, and chambers that could be isolated from the larger complex. Moving across the world to North America, we find the mysterious underground structures of the ancestral Puebloan people, commonly known as the Anasazi. While their more famous cliff dwellings at Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon have been extensively studied, less attention has been paid to their subterranean structures, particularly the enigmatic kivas. These circular ceremonial chambers were built partially or completely underground, accessible only through small roof openings. The conventional interpretation views kivas as purely ceremonial spaces, but certain architectural features suggest defensive considerations. The small entrance points, the ability to close off these spaces completely, and their construction in locations with limited access all hint at places of refuge. Most telling is the sipapu, a small hole in the kiva floor symbolizing the connection to the underworld in Puebloan cosmology, but also potentially serving as an escape tunnel during emergencies. The timing of increased kiva construction coincides with a period of severe drought and social upheaval around 1100 CE. Tree ring data confirms decades of insufficient rainfall, while archaeological evidence shows increasing violence between communities. But climate change and warfare may not tell the complete story. The peculiar configuration of many kivas, with ventilation systems that could be quickly sealed, suggests concerns about air quality or perhaps airborne threats. Was some form of biological warfare or disease outbreak an additional factor driving these communities underground? Perhaps the most elaborate prehistoric underground structures are found in China's Henan, Shanxi, and Shanxi provinces. Known as Dixiacheng, or underground cities, these vast complexes can extend for miles, connecting multiple villages through tunnels large enough for several people to walk abreast. The most extensive example, near the modern city of Sanmenxia, contains over 6,000 underground dwellings spread across an area of approximately 300 square miles. The scale and sophistication of these Chinese subterranean networks defy easy explanation. Traditional accounts attribute their construction to defense against bandits or invading armies, but the engineering complexity suggests more organized threats. Many feature underwater passages that require swimming to navigate, an extreme defensive measure that would have endangered residents if used in emergency evacuation scenarios. Others contain what appear to be underwater storage chambers, suggesting preparations for extremely long-term isolation from the surface world. Most puzzling is that many of these structures date to periods of relative political stability in Chinese history. The most extensive complexes were built during the Han Dynasty, a time of consolidated imperial power and effective military protection. Why would communities invest enormous resources in underground refuges during an era when the central government provided adequate security? Some Chinese historians suggest these structures were built not against human threats, but natural ones, particularly the devastating dust storms and extreme cold periods that periodically struck northern China. European history offers equally mysterious underground habitations, particularly in Cappadocia's lesser-known counterpart, the underground cities of southern France. The region around Les Baux de Provence contains extensive subterranean settlements carved into limestone, many showing continuous habitation from Roman times through the medieval period. Unlike their Turkish counterparts, which were largely abandoned by the modern era, many French underground dwellings remained in use until the early 20th century, providing a rare opportunity to document the experiences of underground dwellers. Oral histories collected from elderly residents in the 1970s reveal fascinating insights. Many recounted family traditions of retreating underground during periods of danger, with specific protocols for bringing livestock, storing water, and maintaining air quality. Several accounts mention the whisperers or listeners, individuals with particularly acute hearing who would be positioned near air shafts to detect approaching threats by sound alone. These specialized roles suggest communities with long experience in subterranean living and well-developed systems for survival below ground. The notion that underground cities were responses to conventional warfare is further challenged by evidence from Ireland's mysterious souterrains. These narrow underground passages, often with multiple chambers and defensive features, appear throughout the Irish countryside, typically dating from the early Christian period between 500 and 1200 CE. Their construction coincides with an era when Ireland experienced relatively few major invasions, raising questions about their purpose. Most intriguing is the folklore surrounding these structures. Irish traditions consistently associate souterrains not with human enemies, but with protection against the little people, or good folk, supernatural beings who could not follow humans into these specially constructed refuges. While easily dismissed as superstition, these traditions might preserve distorted memories of real historical threats, perhaps raids by small groups of pirates or slavers who periodically plagued coastal communities. Perhaps the most recently active underground cities are found in the Matmata region of Tunisia, where troglodyte dwellings housed thousands of Berber people well into the 20th century. These underground structures, some dating back over 1,000 years, protected inhabitants not from human enemies, but from the extreme temperature fluctuations of the desert environment. The underground homes maintain a constant, comfortable temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius year-round, despite surface temperatures that can range from freezing to over 45 degrees Celsius. The Matmata dwellings offer important insights into how ancient underground cities might have functioned as permanent residences rather than emergency shelters. The careful placement of light wells, the sophisticated rainwater collection systems, and the social organization of space all demonstrate how human communities can adapt to subterranean living over generations. Most remarkable is the cultural adaptation, with distinctive art forms, social practices, and even games specifically evolved for underground spaces. What connects these diverse underground habitations across time and geography? One common factor appears to be their association with societal transitions or collapse. Many underground cities show peak usage during periods when established civilizations were failing. The late Byzantine Empire, the terminal phase of ancestral Puebloan culture, the declining centuries of the Western Roman Empire. They seem to represent not just physical refuges, but cultural preserves, spaces where threatened ways of life could continue when the surface world had become hostile to their existence. This pattern suggests a more profound purpose for underground cities than mere physical protection. They may have served as vehicles for cultural preservation, where religious practices, specialized knowledge, and social structures could be maintained during periods when the broader civilization was undergoing radical transformation or collapse. The elaborate churches found in Cappadocia's underground cities, for instance, suggest communities determined to maintain religious traditions even when forced below ground. Perhaps most intriguing is the evidence that many underground cities were not the desperate last resorts of dying cultures, but deliberate, planned adaptations to changing conditions. The careful engineering, sustainable design, and provision for long-term habitation all suggest communities making calculated decisions to develop alternative living strategies rather than fight losing battles against overwhelming forces. Whether those forces were invading armies, climate change, or resource depletion. As we face our own era of climate instability and social transformation, these ancient underground adaptations take on new relevance. They remind us that human ingenuity has always found ways to preserve what matters most, even when that means retreating from the familiar surface world into darker, more constrained spaces. They represent not failure but adaptive resilience, the determination to survive and maintain cultural continuity despite overwhelming external pressures. In the sweltering summer of 2018, archaeologists working in Alexandria, Egypt made a discovery that sent shockwaves through the world of archaeology and captivated the imagination of people everywhere. During routine excavations in the city Geber district, workers uncovered something extraordinary: a massive black granite sarcophagus buried more than 16 feet beneath the modern streets. This wasn't just any ancient coffin. It was the largest sarcophagus ever discovered in Alexandria, measuring nearly 9 feet long, 5 feet wide, and weighing an estimated 30 tons. What made this discovery particularly unusual was the sarcophagus itself, a solid block of black granite, sealed with lead, and completely untouched for over 2,000 years. In a country where tomb robbers have plundered nearly every ancient burial site, finding an intact, sealed sarcophagus was almost unheard of. More intriguing still was the alabaster bust found nearby, likely depicting the person entombed within. As news of the discovery spread across the globe, so did wild speculation about what or who might be inside. Some historians suggested it might contain the remains of Alexander the Great, whose final resting place has remained one of history's enduring mysteries. Others proposed it could hold the body of a high-ranking official from the Ptolemaic period, when Greeks ruled Egypt following Alexander's conquest. But alongside legitimate archaeological theories, something else began to brew, a storm of superstition and dark fascination. The sarcophagus's imposing appearance, massive, black, and ominous, sparked fears that opening it might unleash some ancient curse. Some even jokingly suggested that disturbing the seal could release a supernatural plague upon humanity. An online petition to drink the red liquid from the sarcophagus gathered thousands of signatures, becoming a bizarre internet phenomenon that archaeologists watched with bewilderment. Egyptian authorities faced a dilemma. The sarcophagus was far too heavy to transport intact to a museum. The decision was made to open it on site, despite the growing superstitions. On July 19, 2018, a team of specialists carefully began to lift the enormous granite lid. The operation was tense. The sarcophagus had been sealed for thousands of years, protected from the elements in its underground chamber. As the lid was finally raised, workers were immediately hit with what was described as the worst smell you can imagine. Instead of treasure or the well-preserved mummy of royalty, they found something far more grisly. Inside the sarcophagus lay 3 skeletons, floating in a reddish-brown sewage liquid. The skeletons were badly decomposed, having been submerged in what turned out to be sewage water that had seeped into the sarcophagus through a crack. This wasn't sacred liquid or embalming fluid as some had hoped, just contaminated groundwater that had infiltrated the supposedly sealed tomb. Initial examinations revealed that the skeletons belonged to 2 men and 1 woman. One of the skulls showed multiple fractures, indicating that this individual had undergone trepanation, an ancient surgical procedure where holes are drilled into the skull. This suggested that at least one of these individuals may have been subjected to some form of ancient brain surgery, potentially to relieve pressure from a head injury or treat other conditions. None of the bodies showed signs of the elaborate mummification typically reserved for Egyptian royalty or nobility. There were no amulets, jewelry, or inscriptions identifying the deceased. The absence of these traditional burial goods puzzled researchers. If these weren't royals or high officials, why were they placed in such an enormous and expensive sarcophagus? Further analysis provided more clues. The remains were dated to the early Roman period, around the 1st to 2nd century CE, far later than the time of Alexander the Great. Researchers determined that one skeleton belonged to a woman between 20 and 25 years old, while the other 2 were males, one in his late 30s and the other possibly over 40. The mystery deepened when scientists discovered that the three individuals had died at different times rather than together, suggesting the sarcophagus may have been reused over a period of years. This practice wasn't common in ancient Egypt, where separate burial containers were typically provided for each deceased person, especially among the wealthy who could afford such grand sarcophagi. Some archaeologists propose that these might have been military officials, possibly from the same family, who died during different campaigns but were eventually united in death. Others suggested they could have been victims of one of the plagues that periodically swept through ancient Alexandria during the Roman period. The most puzzling aspect remained the sarcophagus itself. Its massive size and the quality of the black granite indicated that it was created for someone of great importance, a stark contrast to the seemingly ordinary remains found inside. Who would expend such resources on what appeared to be relatively common individuals? One theory that gained traction among researchers was that the sarcophagus may have originally been intended for someone of high status, but was repurposed later when that individual's tomb was moved or destroyed. Ancient Alexandria underwent numerous political upheavals, natural disasters, and architectural overhauls that could have disrupted burial sites and necessitated reburials. Another possibility is that the sarcophagus represented a form of aspirational burial, where individuals of moderate means pooled resources to secure an impressive final resting place, mimicking the grandeur of elite burials even if they couldn't afford the full traditional treatment. The alabaster bust found near the sarcophagus added another layer to the mystery. Initially thought to represent the occupant, it seemed increasingly unlikely to be connected to any of the three skeletons. Some experts suggested it might have been placed there during a later period, or perhaps belonged to an earlier burial disrupted by the placement of the black sarcophagus. Despite extensive testing, including DNA analysis attempted on the remains, many questions remain unanswered. The highly degraded condition of the bones, contaminated by sewage water, made it difficult to extract useful genetic material. The lack of inscriptions or identifying artifacts inside the sarcophagus left researchers with few clues about who these people were or why they merited such an impressive burial container. What we do know is that the discovery challenged many assumptions about burial practices in Roman-era Alexandria. It showed that even the most imposing and seemingly secure tombs were not immune to environmental damage over millennia. The intrusion of groundwater into what appeared to be a lead-sealed granite container demonstrated the relentless forces of time and nature. Following analysis, the remains were transferred to the Alexandria National Museum for preservation and further study. The massive sarcophagus itself, after being thoroughly documented, was also moved to the museum's collection, where it continues to draw visitors fascinated by its imposing presence and the mystery of its occupants. The story of the black sarcophagus serves as a reminder that archaeology often delivers results that are different from our expectations. Instead of finding Alexander the Great or unleashing an ancient curse, researchers found something perhaps more valuable, a window into the lives and deaths of ordinary people who lived in one of the ancient world's most cosmopolitan cities. As technology advances, it's possible that future analysis of the remains or the sarcophagus itself may reveal more information. Until then, the black sarcophagus of Alexandria stands as one of archaeology's most intriguing recent discoveries. A massive, imposing tomb that contained not gold or royal remains, but the humble evidence of three lives long forgotten by history, united in death inside one of the most impressive burial containers ever discovered. When we think of slavery throughout history, our minds often conjure images of the transatlantic slave trade or perhaps Roman gladiators. Yet the practice of human bondage stretches back to the very dawn of civilization, taking forms so varied and pervasive that they fundamentally shaped the development of early societies in ways rarely discussed in popular historical accounts. These forgotten enslavement practices reveal uncomfortable truths about humanity's past and the foundations upon which our earliest societies were built. The origins of institutionalized slavery can be traced back to Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization itself. As early as 6800 BCE, evidence suggests that captives taken in tribal conflicts were forced into servitude rather than killed, perhaps the first systemic enslavement in human history. But it was around 3500 BCE, with the rise of the first cities in Sumer, that slavery became formally integrated into the social and economic structure of human civilization. In ancient Sumer, cuneiform tablets reveal that slaves were classified into distinct categories based on their origins and the circumstances of their enslavement. Prisoners of war formed the largest group, their enslavement considered a mercy compared to execution. But there were other paths into bondage. Debt slavery was particularly common, where individuals unable to repay loans would forfeit their freedom, often temporarily, though many never managed to buy back their liberty. Perhaps most disturbing to modern sensibilities was the practice of selling one's own children into slavery during times of severe economic hardship. In ancient Mesopotamia, families facing starvation might sell a child to ensure both the child's survival and that of the remaining family members. Clay tablets from dating to around 2000 BCE document these transactions with the same clinical precision used for trading livestock or grain. The legal codes that regulated these early slave systems were surprisingly sophisticated. The Code of Hammurabi, created around 1754 BCE, dedicated nearly a fifth of its statutes to matters concerning slaves. These laws reveal that slaves could own property, operate businesses with their master's permission, testify in court under certain circumstances, and even purchase their freedom. Yet these same codes prescribed brutal punishments for slaves who challenged their status or attempted escape. What many don't realize is that ancient Egyptian civilization, famous for supposedly using slave labor to build the pyramids, actually had a more nuanced system of forced labor. Recent archaeological evidence suggests that the pyramid builders were not foreign slaves, but Egyptian citizens fulfilling labor obligations to the state, a system called corvée. This mandatory service required every household to provide workers for state projects for a portion of each year. While technically not chattel slavery, it represented a form of state-controlled coerced labor that blurs the line between free and enslaved. The true slave population in ancient Egypt primarily consisted of prisoners of war, particularly from Nubia and regions of the Near East. These enslaved individuals often worked in mines and quarries under brutal conditions that few survived for long. Egyptian tomb paintings depict these slaves with distinctive ethnic features and clothing, showing that racial and ethnic differences were already being used to justify enslavement thousands of years ago. In the Indus Valley Civilization, one of the world's earliest urban cultures flourishing around 2500 BCE, in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of a highly stratified society. The discovery of quarters with markedly inferior living conditions and distinctive skeletal remains showing signs of repetitive labor and poorer nutrition suggests the presence of an underclass that may have lived in conditions of bondage. However, unlike Mesopotamia, we lack written records that explicitly confirm slavery, leaving researchers to piece together evidence from archaeological remains. The ancient Chinese practice of enslavement took particularly dark turns during the Shang dynasty, around 1600 to 1046 BCE. Archaeological excavations at Shang royal tombs revealed hundreds of human skeletons surrounding the central burial chambers, sacrificial victims buried with deceased rulers. Many were clearly war captives, shown by their bound limbs and wounds. These findings suggest that enslavement in early China was closely tied to human sacrifice, with captives kept as living property until needed for ritual purposes. By the Zhou dynasty that followed, sources describe a more formalized system of slavery where captives became a hereditary underclass. The Chinese character for slave, Nu, appears in oracle bone inscriptions from this period, showing that the concept was already well established. What makes Chinese slavery distinctive was its connection to punishment. Criminals and their entire families could be sentenced to hereditary slavery, creating generations of bondage from a single offense. Among the Olmec civilization of Mesoamerica, the first major civilization in what is now Mexico around 1200 BCE, evidence suggests a system where captives taken in conflict were not merely enslaved, but used in elaborate religious rituals. Olmec art depicts bound captives in postures of submission, often with distinctive non-Olmec features indicating their foreign origin. Some researchers believe these captives were kept as a form of living property and status symbols before eventually being sacrificed in religious ceremonies. In the Andean region, long before the rise of the Inca Empire, the Moche civilization practiced a form of enslavement tied directly to their religious worldview. Captives taken in battle were depicted in Moche pottery being stripped of their clothing and equipment, a symbolic stripping of their identity. These individuals were then incorporated into the Moche society as a permanent underclass, with some ultimately selected for sacrifice in elaborate ceremonies meant to appease the gods. The ancient Hebrew Bible provides some of our most detailed textual evidence of early slavery practices in the Near East. Contrary to popular belief, the system described was not identical to later forms of chattel slavery. Hebrew slaves were to be released after 6 years of service according to biblical law, though foreign slaves could be held indefinitely. The practice of debt slavery meant that many people moved between states of freedom and bondage throughout their lives as economic circumstances changed. What's particularly revealing in these ancient texts is the normalization of slavery. It wasn't questioned as an institution, merely regulated. This normalization extended across nearly all early civilizations, where the right to own other humans was rarely challenged on a fundamental level. Instead, religious and legal codes focused on preventing the abuse of slaves rather than questioning the practice itself. Perhaps most surprising to modern readers is the discovery that in many early civilizations, slavery wasn't always a permanent, inheritable condition. In ancient Greece, before the classical period, slaves could often work toward manumission, or might serve only for a set period. This changed dramatically with the development of chattel slavery in classical Athens and other Greek states, where slaves became property in the fullest sense, bought and sold without regard to family ties and with no legal recourse. Archaeological evidence from across the ancient world reveals that enslaved populations often developed distinctive cultural practices and resistance strategies. Slave quarters excavated in ancient sites show evidence of private religious practices, maintenance of cultural traditions, and even the creation of new syncretic identities that blended elements from their captors' culture with their own traditions. The economic impact of these early enslavement systems cannot be overstated. Many of the architectural wonders of the ancient world, from ziggurats to temples, relied on forced labor for their construction. Agricultural innovations that produced food surpluses, enabling the growth of cities and specialized craftspeople, were often implemented and maintained by enslaved workers. The wealth accumulation that allowed for the development of complex societies was, in many cases, built directly upon the exploitation of enslaved populations. Understanding these forgotten enslavement practices challenges us to reconsider how we view the achievements of early civilizations. The grandeur of ancient architecture, the flourishing of early arts, and the development of writing systems all occurred within societies that institutionalized human bondage. This uncomfortable truth forces us to confront the reality that many of humanity's cultural milestones were achieved through systems of exploitation that we now recognize as fundamentally immoral. As we continue to unearth evidence from these early periods, the picture becomes increasingly complex. Slavery in early civilizations was neither uniform nor simple. It existed along a spectrum of unfreedom, varying considerably across time and place. Yet its prevalence suggests something profound about human social organization, that the impulse to exploit others' labor through coercion arose independently in societies across the world, becoming one of the most universal and enduring institutions in human history. Deep in the misty forests of ancient Britain, Gaul, and Ireland, a powerful class of priest-philosophers known as the Druids once commanded extraordinary respect and fear. For centuries, these enigmatic figures have been portrayed through a romanticized lens, wise elders gathering herbs, performing nature-based ceremonies, and serving as the learned class of Celtic society. Modern neo-pagan movements have embraced this benign image, depicting Druids as peaceful spiritual leaders deeply connected to the natural world. But recent archaeological discoveries and closer examination of classical texts suggest a far darker reality beneath this sanitized modern perception. The true practices of the historical Druids may have been far more brutal and blood-soaked than most people realize. When Julius Caesar encountered the Druids during his campaigns in Gaul in the 1st century BCE, he wrote extensively about their customs in his commentaries on the Gallic War. Caesar described them as the most important figures in Celtic society, responsible not just for religious ceremonies, but for judicial matters, educational systems, and preserving oral traditions. Yet he also documented practices that modern readers might find disturbing. According to Caesar, the Druids presided over human sacrifices of unprecedented scale, where dozens of victims were placed inside enormous wicker effigies shaped like humans and burned alive. Many historians long dismissed these accounts as Roman propaganda designed to paint their enemies as barbarians, justifying conquest in the name of civilization. However, archaeological evidence discovered in recent decades has begun to corroborate aspects of these classical accounts, forcing scholars to reconsider the nature of Druidic practices. In 1984, at Lindo Moss Bog in Cheshire, England, workers cutting peat discovered the remarkably preserved body of a man who died between 2 and 54 CE, precisely during the period when Druids were still practicing in Britain. Known as Lindo Man, this individual's death was anything but natural. Forensic analysis revealed he had suffered what archaeologists call a triple death. He was struck on the head, strangled with a garrote, and had his throat cut before being placed face down in the bog. More significantly, pollen analysis showed he had consumed mistletoe pollen shortly before death, a plant sacred to the Druids according to classical sources. Many archaeologists now believe Lindo Man was the victim of an elaborate ritual sacrifice performed by Druids. Lindo Man is not alone. Dozens of similar bog bodies have been discovered across northern Europe, many showing evidence of ritualistic killing. The Toland Man in Denmark, the Gråbo Man, and numerous others all reveal patterns of ceremonial execution, carefully performed killings that follow specific protocols with victims specially selected and prepared. Many show evidence of having consumed special ritual meals before death, suggesting these were not random killings, but carefully staged religious ceremonies. The classical historian Diodorus Siculus wrote in the 1st century BCE that Druids practiced divination by stabbing a chosen victim in the chest and interpreting the patterns of their falling and the flow of their blood. He claimed they would kill a man by a stab over the diaphragm, and when he has fallen they foretell the future from his fall and from the convulsions of his limbs, and moreover, from the spurting of the blood. This account finds disturbing correlation in archaeological discoveries. Several bog bodies show evidence of having been pinned down in the peat after death, sometimes with wooden stakes or branches, possibly to prevent the spirit from escaping or to dedicate the sacrifice to chthonic deities. Others show evidence of being carefully positioned after death, often in a fetal position, suggesting a belief in rebirth or transformation through sacrifice. The Roman historian Tacitus described how Druids on the island of Anglesey, Mona, covered their altars with the blood of captives and consulted their deities by means of human entrails. When the Roman general Suetonius Paulinus invaded the island in 60 CE, he reportedly found groves dedicated to bloody rituals so disturbing that he ordered them burned to the ground. Archaeological excavations on Anglesey have uncovered human remains with unusual burial treatments that some researchers link to ritual practices, including skulls deposited in pits and bodies buried in unusual positions. Classical sources also describe how the Druids selected their sacrificial victims. According to multiple accounts, criminals were preferred when available, considered the most pleasing offerings to the gods. However, when criminals were lacking, innocent victims would be chosen instead. Some texts suggest that the more important the occasion, the more significant the required sacrifice, with major religious festivals potentially demanding numerous victims of high status. The Greek historian Strabo wrote that one Druidic sacrificial method involved shooting victims with arrows, impaling them on stakes, or building a large effigy of straw and wood, filling it with livestock and humans, and setting it ablaze. This account aligns with Caesar's description of the Wicker Man sacrifices and has found some archaeological support. Charred human remains discovered at several Celtic religious sites show evidence of complex burning patterns consistent with ritualistic cremation rather than conventional burial practices. Perhaps most disturbing are classical accounts of Druidic divinatory practices. Multiple Roman and Greek sources claim that Druids practiced scapulomancy, divination through the examination of shoulder blades, and anthropomancy, divination through the inspection of human entrails. The victim would be killed in a prescribed manner, their body opened, and their organs examined for omens and messages from the gods. Similar practices were known in Mediterranean cultures, but typically used animal sacrifices. The use of human victims for such purposes would have been considered particularly barbaric. Archaeological evidence from sanctuaries in Gaul has revealed human remains with cut marks consistent with defleshing and dismemberment. At the sanctuary of Gurney-sur-Aronde in northern France, human bones show evidence of systematic processing, including skull fragments with cutting marks suggesting scalping. At Riedmont-sur-Ancre, archaeologists discovered an ossuary containing the remains of several hundred individuals, many showing signs of violent death and post-mortem manipulation. The sacred groves described in classical sources as sites of Druidic ritual have largely disappeared, but archaeological evidence from sites like Lyn Serig Bach on Anglesey reveals deposits of weapons, tools, and animal remains that may represent offerings made in these sacred spaces. Some human remains have also been recovered from these watery deposits, suggesting human sacrifice may have been part of the ritual complex at these locations. Carbon dating of numerous bog bodies places many of them squarely within the period when Druids were active, roughly from 250 BCE to 200 CE. The careful, ritualistic nature of these killings, combined with the classical accounts, paints a picture of a sophisticated religious system in which human sacrifice played a central role. Far from random acts of violence, these killings appear to have been conducted according to specific theological principles and ceremonial requirements. The Druids' connection to astronomical observation adds another dimension to their sacrificial practices. Classical sources note that they carefully tracked celestial movements and timed their major ceremonies according to astronomical events. Archaeological evidence shows that many Celtic ritual sites are aligned with solstices and equinoxes. This has led some researchers to propose that human sacrifices may have been performed at astronomically significant times, possibly to maintain cosmic order or ensure the proper transition between seasons. While much remains speculative due to the scarcity of direct evidence, the The combined archaeological findings and classical accounts suggest that Druidic sacrifice was likely tied to a complex worldview involving reciprocity with the gods. In Celtic cosmology, proper offerings, including the ultimate offering of human life, were necessary to maintain divine favor and cosmic balance. The rituals may have been seen not as acts of cruelty, but as sacred necessities that ensured the community's survival and prosperity. The Romans ultimately suppressed Druidism through direct military action, particularly after the conquest of Britain began in 43 CE. Emperor Claudius officially banned Druidic practices throughout the empire, and subsequent emperors continued this policy of active suppression. The sacred groves were cut down, temples destroyed, and practitioners executed or forced to convert. By the late 1st century CE, Druidism as an organized religious system had been effectively dismantled in areas under Roman control, though elements may have survived in remote regions of Ireland and Scotland for generations longer. What emerges from this evidence is a portrait of the historical Druids far removed from their contemporary image. Rather than gentle nature priests, they appear to have been the custodians of a religious tradition in which violence and blood sacrifice played a central role. They were not simply wise elders dispensing justice and lore, but powerful religious authorities who commanded life and death, presiding over ceremonies that would horrify modern sensibilities. The sanitization of Druidic practices in popular culture reflects our own discomfort with the violent realities of many ancient religious traditions. The romantic reimagining of Druids as peaceful nature worshippers says more about modern spiritual longings than historical reality. By confronting the evidence for their darker practices, however, we gain a more nuanced understanding of Celtic society and the complex role that ritual violence played in maintaining social order and cosmic harmony in the ancient world. In the shadow of the famous Nazca lines, those enormous geoglyphs etched into the Peruvian desert floor, another mystery has emerged that challenges our understanding of ancient South American civilizations. In 2017, a collection of unusual mummified bodies was unveiled to the world, sparking immediate controversy among archaeologists, anthropologists, and the general public alike. These remains, found in a cave system near the city of Nazca, Peru, display physical characteristics so unusual that they've fueled intense debate about their origin and nature. Were these simply human remains modified through artificial deformation practices common in ancient Peru, or could they represent something far more disturbing, evidence of experimentation on human subjects by an advanced ancient culture? The story began when a group of researchers led by journalist James Mawson announced the discovery of several mummified bodies with strange anatomical features. The most prominent specimen, dubbed Maria, measured about 5 feet 6 inches tall with an unusually elongated skull, 3 long fingers on each hand, and what appeared to be only 3 toes on each foot. Even more puzzling, the researchers claimed that X-ray analysis showed an internal skeletal structure unlike that of humans, with no clear rib cage, but rather a series of unusual bone structures in the thoracic area. Other smaller specimens, approximately 2 feet long, displayed similarly unusual features, elongated skulls, strange proportions, and an apparently non-human number of digits. According to the researchers who first presented these remains, carbon dating suggested they were approximately 1,700 years old, placing them firmly within the timeframe of the Nazca culture, which flourished in the region from around 100 BCE to 800 CE. The claims made about these specimens were extraordinary. Some researchers involved in the initial investigations suggested they represented an entirely unknown species, potentially of non-human origin. Others proposed they might be evidence of genetic manipulation by the ancient Nazca people, or even the results of interaction between humans and some outside influence. Predictably, these sensational claims attracted immediate skepticism from the scientific community. Established archaeologists and anthropologists pointed out that the region has a well-documented history of artificial cranial deformation, a practice where the skulls of infants are bound to create elongated shapes for cultural or religious reasons. This practice was widespread among many pre-Columbian cultures, including the Nazca, Paracas, and other Andean civilizations. The elongated skulls, they argued, were simply examples of this cultural practice, rather than evidence of non-human anatomy. As for the unusual number of fingers and toes, skeptics suggested several possibilities. These could be the result of genetic abnormalities, deliberate mutilation, or even forgery, the addition or removal of digits from human remains to create the appearance of something exotic. The smaller specimens were suggested to be composite creations, potentially combining human infant remains with animal bones or artificial materials. Yet some aspects of the Nazca mummies continue to resist simple explanation. Independent laboratory analyses conducted on tissue samples reported unusual DNA results. While showing predominantly human genetic markers, some samples allegedly contained significant percentages of unidentified genetic material. These findings, if verified through peer-reviewed processes, would suggest something truly anomalous about these remains. The historical context of the Nazca civilization adds another layer to this mystery. The Nazca culture is already known for achievements that have puzzled researchers for generations. The Nazca lines themselves, enormous geoglyphs depicting animals, plants, and geometric shapes, some spanning over 1,200 feet in length, demonstrate sophisticated mathematical, astronomical, and organizational abilities. Created between 500 BCE and 500 CE, these massive ground drawings can only be fully appreciated from high above the desert floor, raising questions about how and why an ancient culture would create art that couldn't be viewed in its entirety from ground level. The Nazca were also skilled in other areas. They developed an impressive system of underground aqueducts called puquios that still function today, allowing agriculture in one of the driest deserts on Earth. Their ceramics display advanced artistic techniques, and their textiles show remarkable preservation due to the extremely arid climate of the region. This was clearly a sophisticated society with advanced knowledge in multiple domains. Some researchers have proposed that the unusual mummified remains might represent evidence of experimental medical procedures practiced by the Nazca. Ancient Peruvian cultures were known to perform trepanation, surgical drilling into the skull, with surprising success rates, showing that they possessed significant medical knowledge. Could the Nazca have performed more extensive physical modifications on human subjects, either for religious purposes or as a form of experimental medicine? Another theory suggests that individuals with natural genetic anomalies might have held special status in Nazca society. Throughout history, people with unusual physical characteristics have been variously revered as divine messengers or feared as omens. The careful preservation of these individuals after death might indicate they held significant religious or cultural importance. The region's history of grave robbery and artifact forgery complicates matters further. Peru has struggled with the illegal trade of archaeological materials for centuries, and the creation of fraudulent artifacts for the antiquities market is well documented. Some skeptics suggest that the more extreme anomalies observed in the Nazca mummies may be the result of modern modification of genuine ancient remains to increase their market value or notoriety. Despite initial sensational claims, access to the mummies for independent scientific verification has been limited. Most established archaeological institutions have not had the opportunity to conduct comprehensive analyses using standardized scientific protocols. This lack of transparent, peer-reviewed investigation has fueled skepticism about the more extraordinary claims surrounding these remains. What little verified scientific analysis has been conducted paints a complex picture. In 2018, researchers from the Paracas Museum of History conducted radiological examinations of several specimens and confirmed that the remains were indeed biological in nature, not manufactured objects, and appeared to be genuinely ancient. However, they stopped short of confirming claims about non-human characteristics, noting that more comprehensive testing would be required. The three-fingered hands present a particularly puzzling feature. While polydactyly, extra digits, is a relatively common human condition, oligodactyly, fewer than normal digits, combined with apparently functional, proportional fingers is rarer. X-rays of these hands show what appear to be complete metacarpal structures for each finger, suggesting this isn't simply the result of amputation or damage to the remains after death. The white powder substance found covering some of the mummies adds another layer to the mystery. Preliminary analysis suggested it contained high levels of diatomaceous earth, along with unusual concentrations of metals, including cadmium and bismuth. Some researchers have proposed this might represent an ancient preservation technique unknown in other Peruvian mummies, potentially designed to preserve specimens of particular importance. Internal organ structures visible in some CT scans of the specimens show what appear to be intact, but unusual anatomical features. One specimen appears to have egg-like structures in its abdominal cavity, leading to speculation about reproductive differences from known human anatomy. However, without full scientific access and analysis, it's impossible to determine whether these represent genuine biological anomalies or post-mortem changes to the remains. Perhaps most contentious are claims about implanted materials found in some specimens. Metal-like objects detected in cranial cavities have fueled speculation about everything from ancient medical devices to evidence of advanced technology. More conservative explanations suggest these might be ceremonial objects placed with the deceased as part of funerary practices, or even contamination from modern materials during excavation or handling. The situation surrounding the Nazca mummies highlights the tension between sensationalism and scientific rigor in archaeology. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and thus far, the research presented doesn't meet the standard of proof required by the scientific community for such revolutionary assertions. Yet dismissing the anomalies entirely without thorough investigation would be equally unscientific. The legal and ethical questions surrounding these remains are equally complex. Under Peruvian law, archaeological materials are national treasures, and their excavation and study are strictly regulated. If these remains were removed from their original context without proper archaeological protocols and permissions, valuable contextual information has been lost forever, making scientific interpretation even more difficult. There are also profound ethical considerations about the treatment of human remains. If these are indeed modified human bodies, they represent individuals who lived, died, and were prepared for the afterlife according to their cultural beliefs. Their remains deserve respectful scientific study rather than sensationalist exploitation. The most likely explanation, based on current scientific consensus, is that the Nazca mummies represent genuine ancient remains with a combination of natural genetic anomalies and cultural modification practices. The elongated skulls almost certainly result from intentional cranial deformation, a well-documented practice in the region. Some of the more extreme features may be the result of congenital conditions, post-mortem modification, either ancient or modern, or possibly even deliberate alterations performed during the individual's lives. Yet questions remain. If these are entirely human remains, why do some genetic tests reportedly show anomalous DNA results? If they are modern forgeries, how do they appear to contain genuinely ancient biological material? And if they represent evidence of ancient medical experimentation, what purpose would such dramatic physical modifications have served in Nazca society? Until these remains are made available for comprehensive scientific study by independent researchers following established archaeological protocols, The enigma of the Nazca mummies will continue to occupy that shadowy territory between established science and speculative fringe theories. A reminder that even in our age of advanced technology, the ancient world still holds secrets that resist easy explanation. The Colosseum stands today as one of ancient Rome's most recognizable landmarks, a marvel of engineering that has withstood the test of time for nearly 2,000 years. But beneath its impressive facade lies a darker reality, one where blood and sand mixed freely, where life and death hung in the balance for the entertainment of thousands. The gladiatorial games represent one of humanity's most fascinating contradictions, a highly sophisticated civilization that turned violence into spectacle on an unprecedented scale. When we think of gladiators, most of us picture dramatic duels between evenly matched warriors, fighting honorably until one concedes or dies gloriously. But the reality was far more complex, far more disturbing than what Hollywood has portrayed. The truth about Rome's gladiatorial games reveals not just the brutality of ancient entertainment, but offers a window into the soul of an empire that ruled much of the known world. Gladiatorial combat began not as public entertainment but as funeral rites. In the 3rd century BCE, wealthy Roman families would honor their dead by forcing slaves to fight to the death beside the funeral pyre. These early matches were small, private affairs, a far cry from the spectacular games that would later fill the Colosseum. But as Rome grew more powerful, so did the scale and frequency of these deadly contests. What began as solemn ritual transformed into public spectacle, a transformation that says much about how Roman society evolved. By the height of the empire, gladiatorial games had become massive productions that could last for days or even months. The Emperor Trajan once celebrated his conquest of Dacia with games featuring 11,000 animals and 10,000 gladiators. The scale is almost incomprehensible. Thousands of men trained to kill, thousands of exotic beasts captured from the farthest reaches of the empire, all brought to Rome for the entertainment of the masses. But who were these gladiators? Contrary to popular belief, not all were slaves or prisoners of war. While many were indeed forced into the arena against their will, others volunteered, signing contracts that temporarily surrendered their freedom but offered the chance of wealth and fame. Some were freedmen seeking fortune, others were disgraced nobles looking to restore their honor, and a surprising number were ordinary citizens seduced by the allure of glory. Training to become a gladiator was brutal beyond imagination. The gladiatorial schools, or ludi, were essentially prisons where men were broken down and rebuilt as killing machines. New recruits endured months of grueling physical conditioning, weapons training, and psychological hardening. They practiced with wooden weapons weighing twice as much as the real ones, building strength and endurance. Their diet was carefully regulated. The so-called barley men consumed high-calorie meals rich in protein and carbohydrates, designed to build muscle mass and create the physiques that would impress the crowd. Inside these schools, gladiators were sorted into different fighting styles, each with distinctive armor, weapons, and techniques. The Threeks fought with a curved short sword and small shield, heavily armored but slow. The Retiarius wielded a net and trident, mobile but vulnerable. The Murmillo carried a large rectangular shield and straight sword, while the Hoplomachus was equipped in the style of a Greek hoplite. These categories weren't just for show. They created dramatic matchups between contrasting fighting styles, ensuring the crowd would always see something new and exciting. What many don't realize is that gladiators rarely fought to the death. Despite our modern perception, only about 1 in 10 gladiatorial combats ended in a fatality. Gladiators were expensive investments. It took years and considerable resources to train them properly. Lannisters, the owners of gladiatorial schools, had every incentive to keep their fighters alive. When a gladiator was defeated, the crowd or presiding editor would decide his fate, and more often than not, skilled fighters were spared to fight another day. This was especially true for popular gladiators who had developed a following among the spectators. But this isn't to say the games weren't horrifically brutal. Executions were a regular feature of the arena, though these victims weren't gladiators but condemned criminals. These unfortunates faced death in the most public and humiliating ways possible. Some were forced to act out mythological scenes ending in their actual deaths, a practice known as fatal charades. Others were tied to stakes and exposed to wild animals, torn apart as thousands watched. These executions weren't just punishment, they were warnings, demonstrations of what happened to those who challenged Roman authority. The morning executions would be followed by animal hunts, or venations, where exotic beasts were slaughtered by specialized hunters called bestiarii. These displays showcased Rome's dominion over nature itself. Elephants, rhinoceroses, hippopotamuses, giraffes, lions, tigers, bears, animals from every corner of the empire were transported to Rome at enormous expense, only to be killed for entertainment. The ecological impact was devastating. Entire species were hunted to regional extinction to satisfy the Roman appetite for novelty. Only after these preliminary events would the main gladiatorial combats begin. By this point, the sand of the arena would already be soaked with blood, the crowd already primed for violence. The gladiators would enter in procession, saluting the editor with the famous phrase, "We who are about to die salute you." Then the fighting would commence, accompanied by music, narration, and elaborate stagecraft. The Romans were masters of spectacle, understanding that context and presentation could make violence not just acceptable but thrilling. The psychological impact of the games cannot be overstated. For the average Roman citizen, attending the games was not just entertainment but a civic duty, a demonstration of their participation in Roman cultural life. The games reinforced social hierarchies, with seating strictly organized by class. The emperor and senators occupied the best seats, while women and the poorest citizens were relegated to the highest tiers. Even in leisure, Roman society maintained its rigid structure. More disturbingly, the games normalized extreme violence, teaching Romans to associate suffering with pleasure. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, wrote of his disgust after accidentally attending a midday exhibition. Nothing is more damaging to good character than the habit of lounging at the games, for then it is that vice steals subtly upon one through the avenue of pleasure. Yet despite such criticisms, the games continued unabated for centuries, too deeply woven into the fabric of Roman life to be easily abandoned. For the gladiators themselves, life was a strange paradox. They were simultaneously celebrities and slaves, admired and despised. Women from all classes were attracted to these fighters, with some elite women even scandalizing Roman society by having affairs with gladiators. Graffiti from Pompeii still preserves the ancient equivalent of fan mail. Celadus the Thracian makes the girls sigh, or Crescens the net fighter holds the hearts of all the girls. Yet despite this fame, most gladiators lived short, brutal lives. Archaeological evidence from gladiator graveyards reveals the physical toll of their profession. Bones show specific patterns of trauma consistent with arena combat, healed fractures, sword cuts, and blunt force injuries. Forensic analysis suggests most died before reaching 35 years of age, their bodies worn down by years of combat. Even those who survived their careers often carried permanent disabilities, their bodies testaments to the violence they had both inflicted and endured. Perhaps the most famous gladiator of all was Spartacus, the Thracian who led the largest slave rebellion in Roman history. Between 74 and 71 BCE, Spartacus and his fellow escapees built an army that defeated multiple Roman legions before they were finally crushed by Marcus Licinius Crassus. The aftermath was brutal. 6,000 captured rebels were crucified along the Appian Way, their bodies left to rot as a warning against future rebellions. Yet the fact that gladiators could pose such a threat to Roman power reveals just how dangerous these fighters truly were. The gladiatorial games finally ended in the 5th century CE, abolished by Emperor Honorius after a monk named Telemachus was killed trying to stop a match. By then, Christianity had become the dominant religion of the empire, and the church had long condemned the games as pagan and immoral. Yet it took centuries of Christian influence before Romans were willing to give up their beloved spectacle. The legacy of the gladiatorial games persists in our modern fascination with violent entertainment. From boxing matches to action movies, from video games to professional wrestling, we continue to be drawn to stylized combat as a form of entertainment. Perhaps we're not so different from the ancient Romans after all, still captivated by contests of strength and skill, still drawn to the edge where life and death meet, where human courage is tested in the most extreme circumstances. The Colosseum stands empty now, its stones silent witnesses to thousands of deaths. But if you stand in its shadow and close your eyes, you might almost hear the roar of the crowd, the clash of weapons, the final desperate moments of men who lived and died by the sword. Their stories, written in blood on the sands of the arena, continue to fascinate us precisely because they reveal uncomfortable truths about human nature, about our capacity for cruelty, our thirst for spectacle, and the thin veneer of civilization that sometimes cracks to reveal the darkness underneath. Beneath the marble columns and grand temples of the ancient world, hidden in shadowy groves and underground chambers, secretive groups gathered under cover of darkness. These were not mere social clubs or religious gatherings. They were mystery cults, powerful organizations that wielded influence far beyond their numbers. Their rituals, beliefs, and political connections shaped empires from Rome to Persia, yet their inner workings remained carefully guarded secrets, known only to initiates who swore terrible oaths never to reveal what they had seen and heard. Unlike the state religions of ancient civilizations, which focused on public rituals and civic duties, mystery cults offered something more personal, direct experience of the divine, promises of happiness in the afterlife, and a sense of belonging in a chaotic world. They operated alongside official religions, sometimes complementing them, sometimes challenging their authority. But their real power came from who they attracted. Emperors, senators, generals, and wealthy merchants all sought initiation into these exclusive societies. Among the most influential was the cult of Mithras, a religion that spread throughout the Roman Empire between the 1st and 4th centuries CE. Mithraism was unique in that it admitted only men, particularly soldiers and merchants, creating a powerful network that extended across the empire. Mithraic temples, called Mithraea, were built to resemble caves, dark underground chambers where initiates would gather for ritual meals and secret ceremonies. These spaces have been found everywhere from Britain to Syria, evidence of how far the cult's influence reached. What made Mithraism particularly significant was its popularity among Roman military officers and government officials. As these men were transferred across the empire, they established new Mithraic communities wherever they went, creating an invisible network of influential men bound by shared secrets. At a time when communication across the vast Roman Empire was slow and difficult, this network provided a valuable channel for sharing information and building alliances. Some historians have compared it to an ancient form of Freemasonry, connecting men of power across geographical boundaries. The central myth of Mithraism involved the god Mithras slaying a sacred bull, an act that created the world. Initiates progressed through 7 grades of membership, each associated with a planet and requiring different trials and rituals. The highest grade, that of pater or father, led the ceremonies and held considerable influence over lower-ranking members. Because these members included military tribunes, provincial governors, and wealthy merchants, a Mithraic pater could exert influence far beyond religious matters, suggesting alliances, brokering deals, and even influencing political appointments. Even more powerful was the cult of Isis, which originated in Egypt but spread throughout the Mediterranean world. Unlike Mithraism, the cult of Isis welcomed men and women from all social classes, though it particularly appealed to the wealthy and powerful. Isis was portrayed as the supreme goddess, absorbing the attributes of other deities and offering her followers protection, healing, and the promise of a blessed afterlife. Her temples were centers of wealth and influence, often located in the heart of major cities. The cult of Isis gained particular prominence during the late Roman Republic and early Empire. Mark Antony publicly identified with Osiris, Isis's husband, while his rival Octavian, later Emperor Augustus, initially persecuted the cult before realizing its political usefulness. Later emperors, including Caligula and Caracalla, built magnificent temples to Isis, seeking to harness the devotion of her followers for political purposes. Through these imperial connections, priests and priestesses of Isis gained unprecedented access to the halls of power, whispering advice into imperial ears and securing favors for wealthy initiates. What made these cults particularly effective as power brokers was their secrecy. Initiates swore terrible oaths never to reveal what they experienced during ceremonies, creating a culture of exclusive knowledge that bound members together. The Greek writer Plutarch, himself an initiate in several mystery cults, spoke only in vague terms about what he had witnessed, writing that, when the soul at the point of death experiences the same emotions as those who are being initiated into the great mysteries, word and image correspond alike. This secrecy created shared bonds between members that transcended ordinary social connections. Two senators from opposing political factions might discover during a private conversation that they shared initiation into the same mystery cult, immediately establishing a level of trust and mutual obligation that overrode their public differences. These hidden connections could determine who received lucrative government contracts, who was appointed to important positions, and even who received warnings about impending political danger. Perhaps the most infamous example of a mystery cult wielding political power was the Dionysian cult in Republican Rome. In 186 BCE, the Roman Senate launched a violent suppression of Dionysian worship, known as the Bacchanalian affair. According to the Roman historian Livy, the cult had grown to include more than 7,000 members, many from elite families, and had become a hotbed of political conspiracy, forgery, and assassination. While Livy's account almost certainly exaggerates the cult's crimes for political purposes, the Senate's extreme reaction, executing thousands of citizens without trial, suggests genuine fear of the cult's influence and its potential to subvert traditional power structures. Even more secretive were the Eleusinian mysteries, celebrated near Athens for nearly 2,000 years. Unlike some other mystery cults, the Eleusinian rituals were officially sanctioned and centralized, conducted only at the sanctuary of Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis. What made them politically powerful was who participated. Virtually every major figure in ancient Greek history, from Socrates to Alexander the Great, sought initiation into these mysteries. During the annual ceremonies, political rivals would find themselves side by side in the torchlit darkness, sharing experiences that created bonds transcending their public disagreements. Roman emperors understood the political value of initiation. Augustus, Hadrian, Marcus Aurelius, and many others traveled to Eleusis to be initiated, seeing it both as a spiritual journey and a political necessity. By participating in the mysteries, they gained legitimacy among the Greek elite and created connections that helped them govern the eastern provinces. The sanctuary at Eleusis received imperial patronage in return, growing wealthy from donations and gaining influence in imperial decision-making. One of the most politically significant cults was that of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, which rose to prominence in the 3rd century CE. Emperor Aurelian established it as semi-official religion in 274 CE, using its imagery and theology to strengthen his rule after a period of crisis. The cult borrowed elements from Syrian sun worship and Mithraism, but simplified them for mass appeal. By centralizing religious authority under imperial control, Aurelian created a powerful tool for unifying the diverse peoples of the empire. This pattern reached its apex with Emperor Constantine, who was simultaneously devoted to Saul Invictus and Christianity. Constantine's famous vision before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, in which he reportedly saw a cross in the sky alongside the words, "In this sign, conquer," represented not just a personal religious experience, but a brilliant political calculation. By embracing Christianity while maintaining connections to traditional sun worship, Constantine created a religious coalition that helped him secure and maintain power. But not all mystery cults served the interests of those in power. Some provided frameworks for resistance and alternative power structures, particularly for marginalized groups. The cult of Bacchus attracted women and lower-class men excluded from political participation, offering them religious authority denied to them in mainstream society. Similarly, early Christianity functioned as a mystery religion for its first few centuries, creating networks of mutual support that sometimes challenged imperial authority. What all these cults shared was an understanding that religious experience could be translated into political and social capital. Initiation created bonds between members that could be activated in times of need, whether seeking political office, business opportunities, or protection during dangerous times. The emotional intensity of mystery rituals, often involving fasting, darkness, startling revelations, and altered states of consciousness, created psychological bonds far stronger than those formed through ordinary religious practice or political alliance. The influence of these cults extended beyond politics into areas like commerce and the military. Merchants initiated into the same mystery cult could form trading partnerships based on religious trust, creating commercial networks spanning the Mediterranean. Military officers sharing Mithraic initiation might promote fellow cult members or share strategic information, binding the army together through religious as well as military loyalty. As Christianity gained dominance in the late Roman Empire, it systematically suppressed these mystery cults, recognizing them as both religious and political rivals. Temples were destroyed, rituals banned, and initiates persecuted. By the end of the 4th century CE, most of the ancient mystery cults had disappeared, their secrets lost to history. Yet their influence persisted in unexpected ways, as Christianity itself absorbed many of their practices and symbols. The Christian Eucharist echoed the sacred meals of Mithraism, while the veneration of Mary incorporated elements from the cult of Isis. Even today, the legacy of these ancient secret societies continues in modern fraternal organizations, religious orders, and political networks where shared rituals and exclusive knowledge create bonds of loyalty that shape our world in ways invisible to outsiders. The mystery cults may have vanished, but the human drive to form exclusive groups based on shared secrets and to use those connections to gain advantage remains as powerful as ever. Deep in climate-controlled museum vaults and private collections around the world lie artifacts of such strange beauty and mysterious origin that they have spawned legends, controversies, and apocalyptic prophecies. These are the crystal skulls, perfect or near-perfect representations of human skulls carved from single pieces of quartz crystal, most famously rock crystal, a transparent variety of quartz that resembles glass but is considerably harder and more difficult to work with. The most famous of these enigmatic objects is undoubtedly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, a life-sized human skull allegedly discovered by British adventurer Frederick Albert Mitchell-Hedges and his adopted daughter Anna in 1924, while excavating the ancient Maya city of Lubantun in British Honduras, now Belize. With its detachable jawbone and remarkably detailed craftsmanship, the Mitchell-Hedges skull has been the subject of endless fascination since it was first displayed publicly in the 1940s. What makes this skull and others like it so compelling is not just their aesthetic appeal, but the technical questions they raise. Rock crystal has a hardness of 7 on the Mohs scale, making it extremely difficult to carve, especially with the precision evident in these skulls. Crystal also has a tendency to fracture along cleavage planes when carved against the grain. Creating such detailed, anatomically correct representations would have required immense skill, patience, and specialized tools, technology that many believe was unavailable to ancient civilizations. This technical mystery has led to grandiose origin stories. Some claim the skulls are thousands of years old, created by advanced Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya or Aztec. Others go further, suggesting they might be artifacts from the legendary lost continent of Atlantis. The most extreme theories propose that the skulls were created by extraterrestrial visitors who shared advanced technology with ancient humans. These dramatic claims have been fueled by popular culture, appearing in everything from the Indiana Jones films to countless documentaries and New Age books. According to these more fantastic narratives, there are exactly 13 authentic ancient crystal skulls scattered around the world. Legend holds that when all 13 are brought together, they will reveal secrets about the origins of human civilization and prophecies about our future. Some versions of the story claim the skulls function as a kind of ancient computer network, storing vast amounts of information accessible to those who know how to read them properly. Others suggest they have healing powers or the ability to influence physical reality through focused intention. Indigenous shamans and elders, particularly from Maya and other Mesoamerican traditions, have been quoted speaking reverently about the skulls. Some claim they represent the actual skulls of ancestors, containing their wisdom and spiritual power. Others describe them as tools for divination and healing, used in sacred ceremonies for thousands of years. These perspectives add cultural depth to the mystery, suggesting the skulls might have spiritual significance regardless of their actual origin or age. The darker aspects of the crystal skull legend involve prophecies of apocalyptic events. According to some New Age interpretations, the skulls were created specifically to warn future generations about coming catastrophes and provide knowledge necessary for survival. These interpretations often connect the skulls to the infamous Maya calendar end date of December 21st, 2012, which was widely but incorrectly believed to predict the end of the world. Though this date has come and gone without incident, the association between the skulls and apocalyptic prophecies persists in popular imagination. But what does scientific analysis tell us about these mysterious objects? The answer might disappoint those hopping for evidence of ancient advanced technology or extraterrestrial intervention. When subjected to rigorous examination, the famous crystal skulls have consistently shown signs of modern manufacture using rotary tools developed in the 19th century. In 2008, a team from the Smithsonian Institution examined the Mitchell-Hedges skull using electron microscopy and found wheel marks that could only have been made with modern jewelers' equipment. Similar studies of crystal skulls at the British Museum and the Quai Branly Museum in Paris reached the same conclusion. Even the discovery story of the Mitchell-Hedges skull has been called into question. No contemporary archaeological records mention the skull being found at Lubanton in 1924. Instead, documentation suggests Mitchell-Hedges purchased it at a Sotheby's auction in London in 1943. This historical inconsistency, combined with Mitchell-Hedges' reputation as a colorful storyteller prone to exaggeration, casts serious doubt on the skull's supposed ancient origin. Further undermining the ancient origin theory is the fact that crystal skulls are conspicuously absent from well-documented pre-Columbian art and artifacts. While human skulls were indeed important religious symbols in Mesoamerican cultures, particularly for the Aztec, authentic pre-Columbian artifacts typically depict skulls in stylized rather than realistic ways. The anatomical accuracy of the famous crystal skulls is more consistent with European aesthetic traditions than indigenous Mesoamerican ones. So if the skulls aren't ancient artifacts of mysterious origin, what are they? Historical evidence points to a fascinating but more mundane explanation. During the late 19th century, interest in pre-Columbian cultures was growing among European and American collectors. This period saw a flourishing market for artifacts from Mexico and Central America, creating demand that quickly outstripped supply. Enterprising artisans, both in Europe and Mexico, began producing replicas and forgeries to meet this demand. The timing corresponds with technological innovations in lapidary work, particularly the development of rotary tools using hard abrasives like silicon carbide. These tools made working with hard stones like quartz much more efficient than traditional methods. German lapidary centers, particularly in Idar-Oberstein, had both the technology and skilled craftspeople to create works like the crystal skulls. Notably, this region had established trade connections with Brazil, a major source of large quartz crystals. Many experts now believe that most famous crystal skulls were created between 1860 and 1930, with the majority manufactured in Germany for the antiquities market. They represent not ancient technology, but rather the considerable skill of late 19th and early 20th century European gem carvers, combined with romanticized notions of pre-Columbian cultures popular during that period. This scientific explanation, however, has done little to diminish the mystique surrounding crystal skulls. For many enthusiasts, the skulls retain their spiritual significance regardless of when or how they were made. Some argue that even if the physical objects are relatively modern, they might be replicas of ancient originals that have been lost to time. Others suggest that the carvers might have been unconsciously guided by spiritual forces to recreate sacred objects from the distant past. The enduring power of the crystal skull legend speaks to our deep human desire for connection with ancient wisdom and our fascination with the possibility of lost advanced knowledge. In a world increasingly explained by science, these enigmatic objects represent a tantalizing mystery, a suggestion that perhaps we don't know everything about our past after all. Whether ancient artifacts or skillful modern creations, the crystal skulls continue to captivate our imagination and inspire stories of mystic powers and cosmic significance. Contemporary crystal skull enthusiasts have formed a community around these objects, holding gatherings where privately owned skulls are displayed and used in meditation and healing ceremonies. Some individuals claim their skulls speak to them telepathically or appear in dreams, sharing wisdom from ancient times or distant stars. These experiences, while subjective, are deeply meaningful to those who have them, creating a modern mythology that continues to evolve regardless of archaeological evidence. The crystal skulls also raise important questions about how we determine authenticity and value in cultural artifacts. If a crystal skull made in 19th century Germany has been used in spiritual practices by indigenous Maya practitioners for generations, does its modern origin make it any less culturally significant? The line between fake and authentic becomes blurred when objects take on genuine cultural and spiritual importance over time, regardless of their original purpose. Museums face ethical dilemmas when exhibiting crystal skulls, balancing scientific accuracy about their likely origin with respect for the spiritual significance they hold for some visitors. Many now display the skulls with careful contextual information, acknowledging both the scientific evidence for modern manufacture and the rich folklore that has developed around them. This approach recognizes that the cultural significance of objects can transcend questions of historical authenticity. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of the crystal skull phenomenon is what it reveals about how myths develop in the modern era. The legend of the 13 crystal skulls emerged relatively recently, primarily in the 1970s and 80s, yet it has taken on the quality of an ancient prophecy. This demonstrates how quickly new stories can be incorporated into spiritual frameworks and perceived as ancient wisdom, especially when they align with existing interests in indigenous spirituality, extraterrestrial contact, and apocalyptic prophecy. As we continue to study these enigmatic objects, we might find that their greatest value lies not in their disputed origin, but in the window they provide into human psychology and our enduring need for mystery and wonder in an increasingly explained world. Whether modern craftsmanship or ancient artifacts, the crystal skulls remind us that some questions will always remain just beyond our reach, beckoning us to continue searching for answers about our past and our place in the cosmos. Rising from the Giza Plateau like a mountain of precision-cut stone, the Great Pyramid of Khufu has stood against the desert sky for more than 4,500 years. It remains the most massive stone building on Earth, comprising an estimated 2.3 million blocks weighing an average of 2.5 tons each. For centuries, this monumental structure has captivated the human imagination and challenged our understanding of ancient engineering capabilities. But in recent decades, scientific investigations have revealed something even more astonishing. The Great Pyramid contains hidden chambers and passages that were unknown until modern times, raising profound questions about the pyramid's true purpose and what secrets might still lie concealed within its massive bulk. The story of these hidden chambers begins in the 1960s, when scientists first used modern technology to peer inside the pyramid without disturbing its structure. Luis Alvarez, an American physicist who had worked on the Manhattan Project, proposed using cosmic ray muons, subatomic particles that can penetrate solid rock, to search for hidden chambers. This technique, called muon tomography, works similarly to an X-ray but can penetrate much denser materials. Alvarez and his team installed detectors in the Belzoni chamber, an already known space within the pyramid, hoping to detect the shadows of hidden voids as muons passed through the structure. Although Alvarez's initial experiments didn't yield significant discoveries, they pioneered a technique that would later reveal astonishing secrets. In 2015, the Scan Pyramids Project, an international research effort combining experts from Egypt, France, Canada, and Japan, began a comprehensive survey of the Great Pyramid using advanced muon detection equipment along with infrared thermography and three-dimensional reconstruction. Their findings sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. In 2017, the team announced the discovery of a massive void above the Grand Gallery, measuring at least 30 meters in length and with a cross-section similar to the Grand Gallery itself. This enormous empty space, now known as the Big Void, had remained hidden for millennia, its existence unsuspected by generations of archaeologists and Egyptologists. Even more intriguing, the purpose of this chamber remains completely unknown. Unlike known spaces in the pyramid such as the King's Chamber or Queen's Chamber, the Big Void doesn't appear to be accessible by any passage, raising the question of why it was created at all. This wasn't the only recent discovery. In 2016, the same project identified a smaller corridor-like void behind the main entrance of the pyramid, nicknamed the North Face Corridor. Then, in 2023, another hidden corridor was confirmed near the main entrance on the north face, measuring approximately 9 meters in length. These findings suggest that the Great Pyramid may contain numerous undiscovered spaces, potentially holding artifacts or information that could transform our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization. The discovery of these voids has reignited debate about the true purpose of the Great Pyramid. The conventional archaeological explanation is that it was built as a tomb for Pharaoh Khufu, who ruled during the 4th dynasty of Egypt's Old Kingdom period around 2550 BCE. Yet despite the pyramid's enormous size and complexity, no intact burial has ever been found within it. The sarcophagus in the King's Chamber lies empty, with no inscription or decoration. This absence has fueled alternative theories about the pyramid's purpose, ranging from the scientifically plausible to the wildly speculative. Some researchers suggest the Great Pyramid might have served as more than just a tomb, perhaps functioning also as an astronomical observatory, a perpetual motion machine harnessing Earth's vibrational energy, or even a device for generating electromagnetic power. Proponents of these theories point to the pyramid's remarkable mathematical properties and precise alignment with the cardinal directions. The Great Pyramid incorporates the mathematical constant pi in its dimensions and aligns more accurately with true north than many modern buildings, deviating by only 3/60ths of a degree despite being constructed without modern surveying equipment. The possibility of additional hidden chambers fuels speculation about what might be concealed within them. Could they contain the actual burial of Khufu, preserved and undisturbed for millennia? Might they hold libraries of ancient knowledge recorded on papyrus or stone tablets? Or could they conceal technological artifacts that would force us to reconsider what the ancient Egyptians were capable of achieving? Without physical access to these spaces, such questions remain in the realm of speculation, but the proven existence of the chambers themselves is undeniable scientific fact. What makes these discoveries particularly significant is that they challenge the notion that the Great Pyramid has been thoroughly explored and understood. For centuries, archaeologists believed they had mapped all significant internal structures of the pyramid, apart from a few small suspected passages. The identification of major unmapped voids forces us to recognize how much remains unknown about this ancient wonder, despite its being one of the most studied structures on Earth. The methods used to construct these hidden chambers present their own mysteries. The precision of ancient Egyptian stonework in the known portions of the pyramid is already remarkable, with blocks fitted so precisely that a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. Creating large internal voids would have required sophisticated engineering knowledge to prevent the massive weight of the pyramid from collapsing these spaces. This suggests that ancient Egyptian architectural knowledge may have been considerably more advanced than previously recognized. Access to these newly discovered chambers is complicated by both physical and political challenges. Physically penetrating to the big void would require drilling through dozens of meters of solid limestone, potentially damaging the integrity of the ancient structure. Politically, any invasive investigation requires approval from Egyptian authorities, who must balance scientific curiosity against preservation concerns and cultural sensitivities. As a result, direct exploration of these spaces may remain impossible for the foreseeable future, though continued refinement of non-invasive scanning techniques may reveal more details about their size, shape, and contents. Some researchers have proposed using miniature robots to explore these spaces through small drilled access points, similar to those used in the Jetty project that explored the small shaft extending from the Queen's chamber. Such robots could potentially enter these voids with minimal disturbance to the surrounding structure, capturing images and even collecting samples without requiring large-scale intrusion. However, even this approach would require careful planning and approval from Egyptian antiquities authorities. The hidden chambers also raise questions about historical accounts of the pyramid. Ancient Greek historian Herodotus, writing around 450 BCE, described secret chambers and passages within the Great Pyramid, including an underground level connected to waterways from the Nile. For centuries, these accounts were dismissed as fantasy or misunderstanding. Now, with confirmation that major internal structures can indeed remain hidden for millennia, historians are reconsidering ancient texts that might contain genuine information about the pyramid's internal layout. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these discoveries is what they reveal about ancient Egyptian capabilities and motivations. Creating massive hidden chambers with no apparent entrance suggests a level of planning and purpose that transcends simple burial practices. Whatever the intended function of these spaces, they were clearly important enough to justify the enormous effort required to construct them, yet meant to remain concealed rather than accessible. This combination of monumental effort and deliberate concealment points to purposes we may not yet fully comprehend. Some scholars have suggested these chambers might relate to Egyptian religious concepts, perhaps representing symbolic spaces for the pharaoh's spirit to inhabit during its journey to the afterlife. Others propose more practical functions, such as structural features designed to relieve pressure and prevent cracking within the pyramid, similar to the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. Without more information, multiple interpretations remain plausible. The Great Pyramid's hidden chambers also connect to a broader pattern of concealment in ancient Egyptian royal architecture. The Valley of the Kings, which replaced pyramids as royal burial sites during the New Kingdom period, featured tombs deliberately hidden in remote valleys, their entrances concealed to prevent grave robbery. The hidden chambers in the Great Pyramid might represent an earlier manifestation of this same impulse towards secrecy and protection, suggesting continuity in Egyptian royal burial practices across thousands of years. What's particularly remarkable is that these chambers have remained hidden despite centuries of exploration, including some methods we would now consider destructive. In the 9th century CE, Caliph al-Mamun's workers tunneled into the pyramid, creating the forced passage still used by visitors today. In later centuries, European explorers used gunpowder and chisels to force their way into previously sealed areas. Yet despite these invasive methods, the Big Void and other recently discovered chambers remained undetected until revealed by 21st century technology. This raises a tantalizing possibility. If chambers this large could remain hidden for millennia despite intensive investigation, what else might still be concealed within the Great Pyramid or other ancient structures? Might there be networks of passages, additional chambers, or even preserved artifacts waiting to be discovered? The confirmed existence of these hidden spaces legitimizes what was once dismissed as fringe speculation, opening new avenues for serious scientific inquiry. As technology continues to advance, we may soon be able to develop more detailed images of these hidden chambers without physical intrusion. Advanced muon detectors with higher resolution could potentially reveal smaller objects within the voids, while ground-penetrating radar and other scanning technologies might identify additional undiscovered spaces. Each new technological advance brings us closer to understanding the full complexity of this ancient wonder. Deep in the mountains of Sichuan Province, China, there exists a place so mysterious, so unsettling that locals have avoided it for thousands of years. They call them the Sangsingdui tombs, but whispers of another name persist among the villagers living nearby, the demon tombs. These aren't just ordinary burial chambers. They represent one of archaeology's greatest puzzles, a civilization that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, thrived for centuries, and then vanished without explanation. The story of the demon tombs begins in 1929 when a farmer stumbled upon something strange while digging a drainage ditch. His shovel struck something hard, not rock, but jade. Within hours, he had uncovered dozens of ancient artifacts unlike anything seen before in Chinese archaeology. But this was just the beginning. It would take almost 60 years before the true scale of the discovery would be revealed. In 1986, archaeologists began systematic excavations, and what they found defied explanation. Two massive sacrificial pits filled with thousands of artifacts, gold masks with protruding eyes, enormous bronze trees standing over 4 meters tall, and perhaps most disturbing of all, bronze heads with features so alien, so unlike traditional Chinese art, that they immediately earned their demonic nickname. These bronze masks are what truly set the Sangsingdui finds apart. Imagine standing face to face with one, oversized eyes bulging outward on stalks, sometimes reaching nearly a foot from the face. Wide mouths filled with square teeth frozen in what some interpret as eternal screams. These weren't crude attempts at human representation. They were deliberate, masterfully crafted images of something otherworldly. The question that haunts archaeologists to this day is simple yet profound. Who or what were these masks meant to represent? Some scholars believe these are depictions of gods or spirits from a belief system, entirely different from anything else seen in ancient China. Others suggest they might represent actual beings, perhaps individuals with physical deformities who were revered by the Sangsingdui people. But there's a third theory that lurks in the shadows, one that modern archaeology hesitates to discuss openly. What if these were accurate depictions of something the Sangsingdui people actually encountered? The artifacts themselves tell a story of a civilization with technical capabilities far beyond what should have been possible. The bronze tree, standing over 4 meters tall, was cast in a single piece, a feat that would challenge even modern bronze workers with advanced technology. The delicate gold foil work shows precision that seems impossible for the tools believed to exist at that time. It's as if an entirely different technological tradition developed in isolation, reaching heights that wouldn't be seen elsewhere in China for centuries. What makes the Sangsingdui culture even more perplexing is their complete absence from historical records. Ancient China was a civilization obsessed with documentation. They recorded everything from major battles to minor governmental appointments. Yet not a single text mentions this obviously advanced and wealthy civilization that existed right on the periphery of the central Chinese kingdoms. It's as if they were deliberately erased from history. And then there's the most unsettling mystery of all, their disappearance. Sometime around 1200 BCE, the Sangsingdui civilization simply ceased to exist. No signs of warfare, no evidence of natural disaster, no gradual decline. The massive city, once home to tens of thousands, was abandoned seemingly overnight. Where did they go? And more importantly, why did they leave? Some archaeologists believe they relocated to Jinsha, another archaeological site about 50 kilometers away. But this raises more questions than it answers. Why would an entire civilization abandon a thriving city? What could have frightened them so thoroughly that they wouldn't take their sacred bronze masterpieces, instead deliberately burying them in sacrificial pits? Local legends speak of a dark force that dwelled in the mountains, something the Sangsingdui people both worshipped and feared. Stories tell of rituals performed to appease these entities, offerings of precious items, and possibly even human sacrifices. These are just legends, of course, but they persist despite thousands of years passing since the Sangsingdui disappeared. In 2019, archaeologists made another discovery that added a new dimension to the mystery. In sacrificial pit number 8, they uncovered evidence of what appears to be an altar. Surrounding it were unusual burn patterns and organic residue, unlike anything associated with known ancient Chinese religious practices. Analysis revealed compounds that scientists struggle to identify, ancient incense perhaps, or something else entirely. The artifacts themselves seem to tell a story of communication with something beyond human understanding. Bronze sculptures depict human figures looking upward, arms raised toward the sky. Gold masks with those distinctive protruding eyes face eastward, toward the rising sun. Was this a civilization attempting to commune with celestial beings? Or were the bulging eyes and strange features meant to help them see into another realm entirely? What's particularly strange about the Sangsingdui culture is how it seems to have developed in complete isolation, despite being located in a region where cultural exchange was common. They used different writing systems, different artistic styles, different religious iconography. Everything about them stands apart from the surrounding cultures of ancient China. It's as if they were influenced by something else entirely. Recent excavations have uncovered new evidence that makes the mystery even deeper. DNA analysis of human remains found near the site shows genetic markers that don't match the surrounding populations of the time. Where did these people come from? And perhaps more importantly, where did they go? The Chinese government has been increasingly cautious about what information is released about Sangsingdui. Since 2020, several excavation reports have been classified, and certain artifacts have been removed from public display. Officials cite preservation concerns, but some researchers whisper of discoveries too controversial to reveal, findings that might challenge our entire understanding of ancient Chinese civilization. In 2021, Traces of an unknown script were found on bronze fragments, not Chinese characters, not pictographs from any known civilization. Linguists who examined the partial inscriptions claim they bear no relationship to any writing system ever documented in East Asia. If these are indeed language symbols, they represent an entirely unknown way of communication. Perhaps most disturbing are the acoustic properties of certain bronze masks. When wind passes through specific chambers in their design, they produce sounds, not random noise, but organized patterns that some musicologists have compared to speech. Was this intentional? Were these masks designed not just to represent something, but to speak for it? The locals still avoid the area after dark. They tell stories of strange lights seen hovering over the excavation sites, of unusual sounds carried on the night wind. Scientists attribute these to natural phenomena, swamp gas, atmospheric conditions, the mind's tendency to find patterns in random noise. Yet the stories persist, passed down through generations. What we do know with certainty is this: somewhere in China's ancient past, a civilization arose that defies conventional understanding. They created art unlike anything seen before or since, mastered bronze-working techniques that wouldn't be replicated for thousands of years, and then vanished, leaving behind only their disturbing artifacts buried deep in sacrificial pits. The bronze trees, standing impossibly tall with branches ending in bizarre fruit-like objects, have been interpreted as cosmic connectors, bridges between our world and something else. The masks with their protruding eyes seem designed to see something invisible to normal human perception. The entire complex of artifacts suggests a civilization preoccupied with communicating with something beyond ordinary experience. Were the Sangsingdui people practicing rituals to contact beings from another world? Were they recording encounters with something their contemporaries never experienced? Or were they simply an isolated culture that developed unusual artistic traditions? The answer remains buried, perhaps intentionally, beneath thousands of years of silence. What happened at Sangsingdui all those millennia ago? What did they see or experience that led them to create such disturbing imagery? And what finally drove them to abandon their city, burying their most precious religious artifacts before disappearing into the mists of time? The demon tombs keep their secrets close, whispering tantalizing clues that lead only to deeper mysteries. As archaeological work continues in the region, each new discovery seems to complicate rather than clarify the picture. The Sangsingdui civilization stands as a reminder that history isn't a straight line, that not all ancient peoples followed the paths we think we understand. Sometimes, cultures arise that seem to break all the rules, leaving us to wonder what truths about our past remain hidden, waiting in the darkness to be uncovered. High in the Andes Mountains, where the air thins and the clouds seem close enough to touch, ancient civilizations once performed ceremonies so shocking, so drenched in blood, that modern minds struggle to comprehend their purpose. These weren't simple religious expressions or symbolic gestures. They were elaborate, systematic rituals where human blood flowed freely, sometimes by the gallon, all in service to gods whose appetites seemed insatiable. But what truly drove these civilizations to such extremes? Was it merely religious fervor, or something deeper, something we failed to understand for centuries? The most infamous of these blood rituals belonged to the Aztecs, whose massive temples in Tenochtitlan witnessed the sacrifice of thousands. Spanish conquistadors reported seeing skull racks displaying tens of thousands of human heads, the remains of sacrificial victims whose hearts had been cut out while still beating. But the Aztecs were merely the last in a long tradition of Mesoamerican cultures for whom blood was the supreme offering. Before them came the Maya, the Toltecs, the Zapotecs, all practicing their own versions of blood ritual dating back over 3,000 years. What's often overlooked in sensationalized accounts is the sophisticated understanding these cultures had of blood itself. For them, blood wasn't just a biological necessity, but the physical manifestation of divine energy. The Maya word for blood, chich, was closely related to their word for light and life force. When Mayan kings pierced their tongues or genitals to offer blood to the gods, they weren't engaged in mindless barbarity. They were literally offering their own divine essence, the most precious substance they possessed. Archaeological evidence from Tikal and Palenque reveals that royal blood was collected on bark paper, which was then burned. The rising smoke was believed to create a direct communication channel with ancestor spirits and deities. These weren't public spectacles, but intimate ceremonies, often performed in private chambers away from common eyes. The kings underwent these painful rituals not to terrorize their subjects, but to fulfill their cosmic duty as intermediaries between the mortal and divine realms. But not all blood rituals were so personal or limited in scale. At Teotihuacan, the massive pre-Aztec city north of modern Mexico City, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of mass sacrifices unlike anything previously documented. Beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, researchers discovered the remains of more than 200 individuals, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. All were young warriors in their prime, hands bound behind their backs, adorned with jade and shell ornaments marking them not as criminals, but as honored offerings. What's particularly disturbing about this discovery is the evidence that these weren't conquered enemies or slaves, but citizens of Teotihuacan itself. Isotope analysis of their teeth reveals they were born and raised in the city. These were the city's own children, offered in some massive ceremonial event roughly 1,800 years ago. But why would a thriving civilization sacrifice its strongest young people, its future warriors and leaders? The answer may lie in the climate record. Ice core samples and lake sediment studies show that around this time, Mesoamerica experienced a series of devastating droughts. Food production would have plummeted, threatening the very survival of urban centers like Teotihuacan with its population of over 100,000. The mass sacrifice may have been an act of desperate cosmic negotiation, the ultimate offering to persuade the rain deities to return life-giving water to the land. Even more mysterious are the findings at Tiwanaku near Lake Titicaca in modern Bolivia. This pre-Incan civilization practiced blood rituals with a mathematical precision that has confounded researchers. Sacrificial victims were selected according to specific physical characteristics: height, age, even the symmetry of their faces. They were given hallucinogenic substances, dressed in elaborate costumes, and then killed in ways that minimized blood loss. The blood was then collected and used in ceremonies coinciding exactly with astronomical events. Analysis of residue in ceremonial vessels from Tiwanaku shows traces of not just human blood, but complex compounds including psychoactive plant extracts, minerals with unusual electromagnetic properties, and substances researchers have yet to identify completely. Whatever the Tiwanaku priests were creating in these vessels, it wasn't simple blood offering but some kind of alchemical mixture whose purpose remains unknown. Even more disturbing is the evidence that these victims went willingly to their deaths. Unlike the bound warriors of Teotihuacan, the sacrificial victims at Tiwanaku show no signs of restraint or struggle. Facial reconstructions reveal peaceful expressions, and some bodies were found with their hands positioned in what appear to be ritual gestures. These weren't people being executed. These were willing participants in ceremonies they believed were essential. What could make someone accept their own ritualized death? The answer may lie in the worldview these ancient South Americans inhabited. For them, death wasn't an ending but a transformation. The boundary between the living and the dead was permeable, with ancestors remaining active participants in community life. Being chosen for sacrifice meant becoming something greater, a divine messenger, an ancestral intermediary, perhaps even a deity. Recent discoveries in northern Peru have revealed an even darker dimension to these practices. At the Huaca de la Luna, a massive adobe pyramid built by the Moche civilization, archaeologists uncovered evidence of weather-related sacrificial cycles. During periods corresponding to El Niño events, devastating weather patterns that brought catastrophic flooding to the region. Sacrifice rates increased dramatically. But these weren't simple offerings. They were elaborate ceremonies involving torture, dismemberment, and the collection of blood in specific quantities. Ceramic vessels recovered from these sites depict the ceremonies in disturbing detail. Priests wearing elaborate bird headdresses extracting blood from still-living victims, collecting it in measured cups, mixing it with other substances, and presenting it to larger-than-life figures whose identities remain unknown. Were these gods, ancestors, or something else entirely? The Moche left no written records to explain their practices, only these graphic depictions of ceremonies that defy simple explanation. Perhaps most puzzling is how these civilizations tracked the effectiveness of their blood offerings. Records from later Aztec ceremonies show detailed observations of natural phenomena following major sacrifices, rainfall patterns, crop yield, celestial events. They weren't blindly killing. They were conducting what they understood as a form of cosmic science, testing cause and effect on a divine scale. When a sacrifice was followed by rain, it reinforced their belief system. When it failed, they didn't abandon the practice but increased its intensity, offering more blood, more lives, in ever more elaborate ways. The Spanish conquistadors who witnessed the tail end of this tradition were horrified, seeing only barbaric paganism. What they failed to understand was the sophisticated cosmology behind these practices. For these ancient South Americans, blood wasn't just symbolic, it had tangible power. Their universe operated on principles of reciprocity. Gods provided rain, fertility, and protection in exchange for the most precious substance humans possessed. Modern analysis of preserved human remains from these sacrificial contexts reveals something else the Spanish missed. Many victims were in altered states of consciousness when they died. Residues of psychoactive compounds have been found in hair, bone, and tissue samples. These weren't simply terrified victims, but participants in profound visionary experiences. The combination of psychoactive substances and the intense stress of the ceremonial context would have produced powerful altered states, perhaps the entire point of some rituals. What emerges from the archaeological record isn't mindless savagery, but a complex system of beliefs and practices that connected human communities to cosmic forces through blood. These civilizations understood themselves as part of an animate universe where human actions, particularly the offering of life force, had direct consequences for everything from weather patterns to political stability. The true mystery isn't why these ancient South Americans practiced blood rituals. It's what they experienced that made these practices seem not just necessary but effective. What phenomena confirmed for them, generation after generation, that their bloody offerings were working? What changes in their world convinced them that the cosmic transaction was real? As we peel back layers of these ancient practices, moving beyond cultural bias and sensationalism, we're left with profound questions about perception, reality, and the human capacity for belief. These weren't primitive people engaging in mindless slaughter but sophisticated civilizations, attempting to maintain balance in a universe they experienced as immediately responsive to human action, specifically to the offering of blood. The legacy of these rituals persists in unexpected ways. During Day of the Dead celebrations in modern Mexico, participants offer their own blood in barely disguised Christian contexts. In Bolivia, llama fetuses are still buried under new buildings as offerings to the earth goddess Pachamama. The ancient understanding of blood as the supreme offering hasn't disappeared. It's merely been transformed, diluted, redirected into forms more acceptable to modern sensibilities. What dark knowledge did these ancient South Americans possess? What experiences convinced them, over thousands of years and across dozens of civilizations, that blood was the one offering the gods could not refuse? And what does it tell us about human nature that so many cultures, separated by mountains and centuries, arrived independently at the same bloody conclusion? Imagine living over 3,000 years ago. There are no antibiotics, no anesthesia, no sterilization procedures, and certainly no modern hospitals. Now imagine someone drilling a hole into your skull while you're fully conscious, carefully removing a piece of bone from your head without damaging the delicate membrane protecting your brain. This sounds like a death sentence, a torture method from a medieval nightmare. Yet in the high Andes of ancient Peru, people regularly survived this exact procedure and thrived afterward. Welcome to the mysterious world of trepanation, one of history's most perplexing medical enigmas. The Paracas culture flourished along Peru's southern coast between approximately 800 BCE and 100 CE, leaving behind one of archaeology's most puzzling legacies. Among their burial sites, archaeologists have discovered hundreds of skulls with perfect geometric holes carved into them. These weren't battle wounds or post-mortem modifications. These were deliberate surgical interventions performed on living patients, many of whom survived for years or even decades afterward. How did an ancient civilization without metal tools, written medical texts, or modern anatomical knowledge perform brain surgery with a success rate that would be impressive even by 19th century standards? What's particularly astonishing about Paracas trepanations is their sophistication. These weren't crude holes hacked into skulls, but precisely shaped openings, circular, rectangular, triangular, cut with such clean edges that modern surgeons have expressed amazement. Some skulls show evidence of multiple successful operations performed years apart. One particularly remarkable specimen, known as the surgeon's skull, bears 7 separate trepanation holes, all showing significant healing, indicating the individual survived each procedure. The evidence of healing is critical here. When bone repairs itself after injury, it leaves distinctive growth patterns that allow archaeologists to determine not just whether the person survived the operation, but for how long. Many Paracas skulls show extensive healing, meaning these weren't desperate last resort measures, but successful medical interventions that patients walked away from and continued living normal lives. But how did they do it? The Paracas had no iron or steel. Their tools were crafted from obsidian, copper, or exceptionally sharp pieces of volcanic glass. These implements would need to be precisely crafted and expertly handled to cut through the human skull without causing fatal damage. Recent experimental archaeology, where researchers attempted to replicate these surgeries using replica tools, found that creating even a small cranial opening took hours of careful work, all while keeping the patient somehow immobilized and managing blood loss. The mystery deepens when we consider pain management. Without modern anesthetics, how did surgeons keep patients still during these lengthy, excruciating procedures? Analysis of residue from ancient Paracas surgical kits has revealed traces of compounds from coca leaves, San Pedro cactus, and other native plants with analgesic and psychoactive properties. These natural substances contain chemicals similar to modern local anesthetics, suggesting the Paracas had developed sophisticated pain management techniques. Even more impressively, they seem to have understood infection control centuries before the concept of germs was developed. Residue analysis shows traces of antibacterial compounds derived from native plants, including compounds chemically similar to those used in modern antiseptics. Did they somehow understand the concept of infection, or did they simply observe better outcomes when certain preparations were used? But the biggest question remains: why were they performing these risky operations at all? What medical understanding drove them to open the human skull, something that remained exceptionally dangerous well into the modern era? Examination of the skulls provides some clues. Many show evidence of fractures near the trepanation sites, suggesting the surgery may have been performed to relieve pressure after head trauma. Others show signs of chronic infection that could have caused painful pressure, headaches, or neurological symptoms. These cases align with logical medical reasoning, removing bone to relieve dangerous pressure on the brain. However, other skulls show no obvious pathology near the surgical sites. These individuals appear to have been healthy when someone took the extraordinary step of opening their skulls. This has led some researchers to propose more mysterious motivations, perhaps ritual healing, treatment for mental illness, or procedures meant to release malevolent spirits believed to cause disease. What's particularly fascinating is the evolution of the technique over time. Early Paracas trepanations were smaller and less surgically precise, with lower survival rates. By the height of their civilization, success rates had climbed to over 80%, comparable to or better than similar surgeries performed in Civil War field hospitals armed with 19th century medical knowledge. This suggests a tradition of medical learning, with techniques refined and improved over generations. But the Paracas left no written records, no medical texts explaining their methods or reasoning. How was this knowledge preserved and transmitted across centuries? Did they have dedicated medical practitioners, a class of healer surgeons who passed knowledge to apprentices? The archaeological evidence suggests they must have, as the consistency of technique across different sites and time periods indicates standardized training rather than improvised attempts. In 2016, archaeologists discovered what appears to be a Paracas surgical toolkit, preserved in remarkable condition within a sealed ceramic vessel. It contained over 40 specialized implements, cutting tools of various shapes, scrapers, probes, and small containers still holding residue of medicinal preparations. Analysis of these tools showed where patterns consistent with bone cutting, and microscopic examination revealed trace amounts of human blood and tissue. These weren't ceremonial objects but working medical instruments, maintained with evident care and precision. Even more telling was the discovery of practice skulls, human skulls showing evidence of trepanation performed after death, presumably for training purposes. These suggest a formal educational system where techniques were demonstrated and practiced before being performed on living patients. Some practice skulls show multiple attempts, with improvements in technique visible across the same specimen, like a three-dimensional surgical textbook preserving someone's learning process. The anatomical knowledge required for these procedures shouldn't have been possible in this time and place. Without formal anatomical study or preservation techniques, how did the Paracas gain such precise understanding of cranial architecture? They somehow knew exactly how deep to cut to penetrate the skull without damaging the underlying dura mater, the tough membrane protecting the brain. They understood which areas of the skull were safer to open and which should be avoided. They even appear to have understood the brain's vascular system, carefully avoiding major blood vessels. Modern neurosurgeons who have studied these ancient skulls note that many trepanations were performed in locations that align perfectly with modern surgical approaches. The preferred sites, away from major blood vessels and cranial sutures, suggest knowledge that shouldn't have been available to ancient healers. How did they know where to cut? How did they map the dangerous terrain of the human skull without modern imaging or anatomical texts? Some researchers propose that this knowledge may have come at terrible cost, through observation of battle wounds and their outcomes. By noting which head injuries were survivable and which were rapidly fatal, ancient healers may have developed a mental map of safer intervention zones. Others suggest that the Paracas may have practiced on the recently deceased, learning cranial anatomy through direct observation before attempting surgeries on the living. What's clear is that this wasn't random experimentation but a sophisticated medical tradition. The consistency of technique across hundreds of specimens indicates standardized procedures passed down through generations. Someone taught someone else how to do this, and they in turn taught others, creating an unbroken chain of surgical knowledge spanning centuries. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Paracas trepanations is what they tell us about the society that performed them. These weren't just technical achievements but evidence of extraordinary social organization. Patients would have required extensive post-operative care, someone to feed them, clean their wounds, administer medications, and monitor their recovery for weeks or months. This suggests a society with resources to spare, one wealthy enough to support individuals who couldn't contribute economically during lengthy recovery periods. It also tells us something profound about human compassion. These weren't procedures performed on slaves or sacrificial victims, but on valued community members. The care taken during surgery and the evidence of long-term survival indicates genuine healing intent and successful outcomes. What would drive an ancient society to devote such resources to saving and healing the injured or ill? Whatever their reasons, the Pharaohs were performing acts of profound medical care thousands of years before modern medicine. The mystery of Pharaohs' trepanation becomes even stranger when we consider that similar techniques appear in disconnected ancient cultures across the globe. From Bronze Age Europe to ancient China, prehistoric humans were opening skulls with remarkable similarity of technique. Did each culture independently discover the same procedure? Or does this suggest some ancient shared knowledge, some prehistoric medical tradition spreading across continents long before written history? What happened to this remarkable medical knowledge? By the time European colonizers arrived in Peru, the sophisticated trepanation techniques of the Pharaohs had been largely lost or simplified. What would modern medicine look like if this tradition had continued uninterrupted, developing and refining its approaches over the intervening thousands of years? What other medical knowledge did the Pharaohs possess that has been lost to time? As we examine these ancient skulls with their perfect surgical openings, we're left with a profound mystery. A civilization without writing, without steel, without microscopes somehow developed neurosurgical techniques that wouldn't be matched until the modern era. They understood human anatomy, pain management, infection control, and post-operative care in ways that should have been impossible given their technological limitations. The legacy of the Pharaohs surgeons challenges our assumptions about ancient knowledge and human capability. It suggests that sophisticated understanding can exist without formal science as we conceive it, that careful observation and tradition can sometimes achieve what technology and theory might miss. Most of all, it reminds us that the human impulse to heal, to repair damage and ease suffering, stretches back into the deepest recesses of our past, a thread of compassion running through the tapestry of human history. The legend has persisted for thousands of years, a nation of fierce women warriors who ruled without men, who cut off their right breasts to better draw their bows, who raised only their daughters and either killed or returned their sons to neighboring tribes. The Greeks called them Amazons, and tales of their exploits fascinated and terrified the ancient world. For centuries, historians dismissed these stories as pure mythology, fantasies born from patriarchal fears of female power. But recent archaeological discoveries across the Eurasian steppe have revealed something unexpected, evidence that suggests the Amazon legends may have been based on a dark historical reality far more complex than the myths suggest. In 2019, archaeologists working in the Voronezh region of Russia uncovered a burial mound containing the remains of 4 women ranging in age from young adult to elderly. What made this discovery remarkable wasn't just the all-female grouping, but what they were buried with: iron swords, daggers, arrowheads, and the distinctive short bows of steppe warriors. One woman, estimated to be in her 40s when she died, had leg bones bowed from a lifetime of horsemanship, and a spinal deformation consistent with what modern orthopedists call Archer's syndrome, physical markers of someone who regularly drew a powerful bow in combat. This wasn't an isolated find. Over the past 2 decades, archaeologists working across the vast territory from Ukraine to Mongolia have discovered hundreds of similar burials, women interred with weapons, armor, and horses, their bodies bearing the same skeletal markers of warfare as male warriors from the same cultures. These weren't symbolic items, but working weapons showing evidence of use, buried with women whose bodies tell stories of lives spent in combat. DNA analysis of these remains has provided even more surprising insights. Many of these warrior women shared genetic markers with modern populations from regions once controlled by Scythian and Sarmatian tribes, nomadic horse cultures that dominated the Eurasian steppe from roughly 800 BCE to 400 CE. These were precisely the peoples that ancient Greek historians claimed lived near or among the mythical Amazons. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, described encounters between Greeks and Scythian women who ride to the hunt on horseback with their husbands and sometimes even without them. They go to war and wear the same dress as the men. He claimed these women could not marry until they had killed an enemy in battle, and some chose never to marry at all, living instead as warriors their entire lives. For centuries, such accounts were dismissed as fantasy or metaphor, but the archaeological evidence now suggests Herodotus may have been recording actual cultural practices, perhaps exaggerated or misunderstood, but based on real women warriors he or his sources encountered. What's emerging from this research isn't a simple confirmation of the Amazon myth, but something more complex and perhaps more disturbing. These weren't societies where women ruled over men or lived separately from them. Rather, they appear to have been cultures where gender roles were fundamentally different from those in the Mediterranean world, societies where the division between women's work and men's work simply didn't apply to warfare or leadership. Some of the most telling evidence comes from burial sites in the Altai Mountains of Siberia, where permafrost has preserved not just bones but soft tissue, clothing, and even tattoos. Several female burials discovered there reveal women with elaborate tattoos depicting combat scenes, buried in leather armor, with quivers of arrows and ceremonial daggers. One particularly well-preserved mummy, a young woman in her 20s, bore multiple combat wounds that had healed before her death, indicating she had survived several violent encounters before whatever finally killed her. But here's where the story takes a darker turn. Analysis of female warrior burials across the steppe reveals a pattern. Many of these women died violently, far more than would be expected even in a warrior culture. Forensic examination shows distinctive patterns of trauma, defensive wounds on arms and hands, multiple weapon strikes, evidence of binding or restraint before death. These weren't women who died in battle, but individuals who were captured, tortured, and executed. What might explain this pattern? One theory gaining support among archaeologists specializes that these women warriors occupied a special but dangerous cultural position, respected and feared for their fighting skills, but also marked as other, neither fully woman nor man in the gender systems of their societies. During times of social stress or conflict between tribes, these boundary-crossing individuals may have become targets, scapegoated for natural disasters or military defeats. Isotope analysis of warrior women's remains reveals another pattern. Many were not local to the regions where they died. Their chemical signatures indicate childhood spent hundreds of miles from their burial places. Were these women captured in warfare, integrated into their captors' cultures, and trained as warriors? Or were they refugees from other tribes, bringing their warrior traditions with them when their own peoples were conquered or displaced? Some burial sites suggest an even more complex picture. In several Sarmatian graves, archaeologists have found women buried with typical male warrior equipment, alongside what appear to be shamanic items, ritual objects, unusual plants with psychoactive properties, animal parts associated with spiritual practices. This combination suggests some female warriors may have also served as religious specialists, individuals who crossed gender boundaries in multiple domains of life. The geographical distribution of these burials offers another clue to the real story behind the Amazon myth. They cluster along major migration routes and trading corridors of the ancient world, places where different cultures came into contact and sometimes conflict. Perhaps what the Greeks encountered and later mythologized were not women from a single Amazon nation, but female warriors from various steppe cultures, encountered during trade expeditions or military campaigns on the fringes of the known world. Linguistic analysis of the term Amazon itself adds another layer to the mystery. While traditionally linked to Greek words meaning without breast, amazos, some researchers now believe it derives from Iranian language roots meaning warrior or possibly moon women, suggesting the term originated not with the Greeks but with the steppe peoples themselves. The weapons found in these women's graves tell their own story. Many were specially modified, shorter bows with different draw weights than those typically used by male warriors, daggers with handles sized for smaller hands. These weren't women using men's weapons as best they could. These were fighters with equipment specifically designed for their bodies and fighting styles. This suggests institutionalized rather than exceptional female participation in warfare. Not just a few unusual women joining men in battle, but a recognized class of female warriors with their own equipment, training, and tactics. What brought these historical warrior women to battle in the first place? Climate data from the period offers one explanation. The Eurasian steppe between 1000 BCE and 400 CE experienced extreme climate volatility. Severe droughts followed by periods of unusual rainfall, temperature fluctuations that could destroy grazing lands overnight. For nomadic peoples dependent on herds for survival, such conditions would create extreme resource pressure, forcing all capable adults, regardless of gender, into roles defending territory and raiding for resources. Genetic studies of these warrior women have revealed another surprising pattern. Many show evidence of substantial testosterone levels far above the female average, suggesting some may have had conditions similar to congenital adrenal hyperplasia, a genetic variation that can cause higher testosterone production in females, resulting in greater muscle mass and altered secondary sex characteristics. In a nomadic warrior society, individuals with such natural physical advantages might have been specifically channeled into combat roles regardless of gender. The most recent archaeological evidence suggests that female warriors were most common during specific historical periods, particularly times of massive migration and social upheaval. When steppe societies were stable, gender roles appear to have been more differentiated. But during crises, climate disasters, invasions, population displacements, these boundaries blurred, with survival taking precedence over social convention. The dark reality emerging from these discoveries isn't a feminist utopia where women ruled without men, but something more complex, cultures where gender didn't determine one's role in warfare or leadership, but where female warriors occupied precarious social positions, respected for their skills but vulnerable to scapegoating when societies faced crises they couldn't control. Perhaps most telling are the burial contexts themselves. Male warriors from these cultures were typically interred with great ceremony, their graves marked with stone monuments visible across the steppe. Female warriors, even those buried with equal or greater wealth, were more often placed in unmarked graves or in locations away from main cemeteries. Honored in death but somehow separate, their status acknowledged but distinct. What happened to these historical warrior women? Why did their tradition eventually disappear? The archaeological record suggests a gradual change beginning around the 3rd century CE, as steppe societies became more hierarchical and centralized. Female warrior burials become increasingly rare, and those that do appear show signs of diminished status, fewer weapons, less elaborate grave goods, positions on the periphery of cemeteries rather than in central locations. This timing coincides with increasing contact between steppe peoples and the settled civilizations of Rome, Persia, and China, hierarchical societies with strict gender divisions. As nomadic groups formed more complex political alliances and trading relationships with these powers, they appear to have adopted some of their social structures as well, including more rigid gender roles. The Amazon myth that has come down to us through Greek sources tells of a society where women ruled completely without men, a fantasy born perhaps from male anxiety about female power. But the archaeological evidence tells a more nuanced story of women who fought alongside men in certain steppe cultures, who held important roles as warriors, but existed within societies where both genders participated in defense, leadership, and subsistence. DNA testing from a mass burial site discovered in 2023 near the Don River revealed something particularly telling. A group of 20 warriors, roughly half male and half female, all killed in what appears to be a single battle. Analysis of their wounds suggests they fought and died together, defending their territory against invaders. More importantly, genetic testing revealed many were related siblings, cousins, parent-child pairs. These weren't segregated female warriors, but family groups fighting together, all members contributing to collective survival regardless of gender. The implications of these discoveries force us to reconsider not just the Amazon myth, but our understanding of gender roles throughout history. These findings suggest that strict division of labor by gender, men as warriors, women as homemakers, wasn't universal but culturally specific, prevalent in some societies but absent in others. The steppe cultures with their female warriors represent not an anomaly, but an alternative way of organizing society, one that flourished for centuries before disappearing. Some scholars now believe that the Amazon legends preserved in Greek writings represent a memory of actual encounters with these steppe warrior women, perhaps during trade expeditions to the Black Sea region or during conflicts along the frontiers of Greek colonial territories. Over time, these encounters were exaggerated and distorted, transformed from accounts of cultures where women fought alongside men into fantastical tales of women who lived without men entirely. The most recent archaeological work has focused on the eventual disappearance of this tradition. As steppe societies became more stratified and centralized, as they formed complex political relationships with neighboring empires and adopted more rigid social hierarchies, the role of women as warriors appears to have diminished. The last known burials of women with significant warrior equipment date to the 5th century CE, coinciding with the massive social disruptions of the Hun invasions and the fall of the Western Roman Empire. What's particularly poignant about these final warrior women burials is their location, pushed to the farthest edges of the steppe, in regions so remote they had little contact with larger political entities. It's as if this tradition, once widespread across the Eurasian grasslands, retreated to the margins as new social systems took hold, preserved longest in the places most isolated from external influence. The story of these historical warrior women challenges our assumptions about gender roles throughout history. It suggests that what we often consider natural or traditional divisions between male and female roles may in fact be relatively recent developments, products of specific historical circumstances rather than universal human patterns. In times and places where survival demanded maximum participation, where every capable adult needed to contribute to defense and resource acquisition, strict gender divisions appear to have been less important than individual capability. Perhaps the most important lesson from these discoveries is how easily important aspects of human history can be erased or transformed into myth when they don't fit prevailing narratives. For centuries, historians dismissed accounts of women warriors as fantasy, even as their remains lay buried beneath the steppe, weapons in hand, waiting to be discovered. How many other aspects of our past have we similarly mythologized or erased because they challenged our assumptions about how societies must be organized? As archaeological techniques improve, as we develop better methods for analyzing ancient DNA, isotopes, and skeletal markers of activity, more evidence of these historical warrior women continues to emerge. Each new discovery adds detail to a picture that grows increasingly clear of women who rode, fought, and died as warriors, not in some mythical Amazon nation, but in real societies across the Eurasian steppe. Their legacy lives not just in Greek myths, but in the genetic heritage of modern populations across this vast region, descendants of women who once defended their peoples with bow and blade. The true story of the Amazons isn't a simple tale of female empowerment or a feminist utopia lost to time. It's a complex narrative of cultural adaptation, of societies organizing themselves in ways that maximize survival in harsh and unpredictable environments. It's a reminder that throughout human history, gender roles have been more fluid and adaptable than we often assume, shaped by necessity as much as by tradition or biology. As we continue to uncover and analyze these ancient burials, the women who occupied these unique social positions begin to emerge not as mythical figures, but as individuals with their own stories, their own struggles, their own places within complex societies. The weapons they carried, the wounds they sustained, the journeys recorded in their bones, all tell us something profound about human adaptability and the many different ways societies have structured themselves throughout our long history. The Amazon myth endures in popular culture, a powerful symbol of female strength and independence. But perhaps the truth these archaeological discoveries reveal is even more powerful, that there have been times and places in human history where gender simply didn't determine one's role as warrior, leader, or provider, where individuals contributed based on ability rather than category, where women fought not in isolation from men but alongside them, defending common interests and ensuring collective survival. This reality, recovered slowly through painstaking archaeological work, offers us not just a correction to ancient myths, but perhaps a new perspective on our assumptions about gender roles throughout history, and the many different ways human societies have organized themselves across time and space. The past is filled with shadows, stories lost to time that we've only begun to uncover. From the haunting demon tombs of China to the blood-soaked altars of ancient South America, from surgeons who defied medical possibility to warrior women whose reality exceeded even myth, these are just fragments of our hidden history, pieces of a puzzle we may never fully complete. If you found yourself captivated by these glimpses into humanity's mysterious past, make sure to subscribe for more journeys through time's darkest corridors. Leave a comment with which ancient mystery fascinated you most and what enigmas you'd like us to explore next. Until next time.